Tua? Vice Mayor Montano?
Here.
Mayor Tran?
Here. Thank you very much, Wendy. If you want to try the roll call again, I think we have the vice mayor here. So
I didn't look for my glasses.
okay, great. All right, our officials are here for the record. Fantastic. Moving on here next to the Pledge of Allegiance, and please stand as you may. I take care of the flag. I'll go ahead and lead the pledge this evening and begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. Okay, next up here is the invocation. And tonight it's presented by Council Member Fan. I'm not sure if he's here with us at this moment, so we will maybe move the invocation toward the adjournment then. Great, moving on here to presentations. Thanks for being here with us this fine evening here in Milpitas, folks. If you're watching on Facebook Live or YouTube.com, this is our last regular city council meeting here in the winter of 2021. Looking forward to the spring, which will begin this weekend. I think all of us have really sprung forward already with the time change. Hope everybody's got their clocks move forward. I know I got one right behind me on the wall here. I just adjusted it actually to move forward 1 hour. So pretty exciting time of the year if you ask me. St. Patrick's Day is tomorrow. Yes, it is tomorrow. So let's move on to presentations here. We have first and foremost a proclamation, and it's to proclaim Cesar Chavez Day here in the city of Milpitas. The Cesar Chavez commemorative holiday was first proclaimed by President Barack Obama in 2014. The holiday celebrates the birth and legacy of the civil rights and labor movement activist Cesar Chavez on March 31st. Cesar Chavez confronted racism, exploitation, and abuse. He sacrificed his own health and comfort to raise awareness of the plight of the farm workers. He moved us to stand together for our rights and led our nation to a fuller recognition of the dignity of all work. Chavez inspired ordinary people to accomplish extraordinary things, and people everywhere continue to be inspired by his legacy, especially here in Milpitas. Therefore, I, Rich Tran, the mayor of Milpitas, do proclaim March 31st of this year, 2021, as Cesar Chavez Day here in the land of cornfields, to show our commitment to the principles that all workers deserve to share in the prosperity they help create. Very powerful. Okay, thank you so much. Moving on next here. And before we move on, actually, I do want to take a little more time to recognize the icon that Cesar Chavez is. And I'm really thankful to be a part of this community and city where we do have a Cesar Chavez Plaza, which is right outside our senior center and community center. That's pretty special. And I know that we'll do a flag raising out there in full respect and recognition and honor of Cesar Chavez and the work he put in with the farm workers. Great. All right, moving on here to presentations. We do have one more, and it's a kind of an annual special presentation that we do for the Santa Clara Valley Science and Engineering Fair Association. And part of that, we do have some Milpitas STEM winners. So at this moment, I want to introduce our special guest, really a legend that we welcome every single year, a person that's a former dignitary, San Jose City Council. We have Mr. Forrest Williams.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. It is my pleasure to be with you this evening. I know the circumstances are virtual, but we do appreciate everything that the city of Milpitas does for its students. You can't imagine how much they appreciate your consideration. If we don't recognize our children, who will? They are doing great work. They're the leaders for the future. The Santa Clara Valley Science and Engineering Fair Association's mission is to encourage, by all means, the students to consider science as an option. As we experienced today, that science is involved in all of our lives. It will be the solver of many of our problems for the future. So it is for us to develop and shape the future by encouraging those that will change the future and help them look at life and look at how they can best serve humanity. We appreciate your consideration. I want to thank all of the winners, all of the students that participated in the science fair. We just recently completed a virtual science fair for over 882 students. We feel it's that important, even though we have the pandemic impact. We believe that it's important for us to consider our youth. And I want to thank you for recognizing them. You've done this year after year, and they really, really appreciate it. And I want to thank Curry for all of the work that she's done to help put this on the agenda and get it before the council. So, Mayor, on behalf of the Santa Clara Valley Science and Engineering Fair and the parents and students and the board members, we thank you. And we look forward to continuing this relationship as we move to the future. And city council members, I didn't call all of your name, but you are right there with us, and we do appreciate it. Hug your students. Hug the ones that are from your area, from your district. They're all of our children. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Anytime, sir. And I wish we could be in the chamber recognizing each young person and their families. And I will commit to, once we get back into the chamber, hopefully this year, with the vaccinations and safety measures in place, I hope to carry on the tradition of doing it in person and such. So thank you very much, Mr. Williams. You have a great night. Yeah, thank you so much. Yes.
Thank you very much, Mayor.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay, moving on here to public forum. Folks, you know the drill. Let's see who we have here with us this evening on the Zoom attendees. This is the public forum, folks. Thank you, everybody, for being here. I do see everybody's name on the Zoom window, and I really appreciate the number of people we have. It's always encouraging to see a lot of people. It's exciting. And so tonight we have a bunch of folks here, and you can raise your hand here for the public forum. It'll be 1 minute, 1 minute tonight for the public forum, all public comments from now until adjournment. 1 minute, folks. And we do have a number of items here on our agenda. And if you're here for a particular item, it would behoove you to patiently speak during that item and really get it at its main point for the evening. And so any other type of comments? We have the public forum, folks. 1 minute. Here we go. First up, Mr. Montemayor. And I'm not sure if his microphone's muted. It is. And so, Mr. Montemayor, please unmute your microphone. I do see two, your name shows up twice, Mr. Montemayor. I'm not sure if you're using two devices.
Okay. Hello.
Okay, there you
yeah,
are. Okay,
yeah,
great.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, this is just to reiterate. Thank you for the presentation, Mayor. Anyway, the mayor, vice mayor, city council members, city manager, and staff. This is just to follow up, or I commend you mentioning about these presentations of mainly of Cesar Chavez, the revolutionary man. I think together with Manong Leong, they work for agriculture, and then for through Mr. Forrest Williams about the SCVSEFA. We go now to the Mars. This is engineering and science. So at least we're happy now. We have Mars now on as a discovery, and we have seismic. And the Milpitas High School is concerned with the seismic apparatus, and all about science and engineering. And Mr. Chavez is about agriculture, the backbones of. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Montemayor. We are here in the public forum, folks. We're happy to see everybody here this evening. And if you'd like to speak, please do so now. Now is the time. Absolutely right now is the time for the public forum. If not, we'll get to those agenda items for you. Okay, that's it, folks, with the public forum. I'm calling it there. I don't see any virtual raised hands. Moving on to announcements and future agenda items. First, let's go to our city manager, Steve McHarris, for the announcements.
Good evening, Mayor Tran, members of the council. I do have two announcements this evening. First, on Thursday, March 25th at 11 a.m., our Office of Economic Development will partner with the Northern California Small Business Development Center, the Small Business Administration, and the Governor's Office of Business and Economic Development in conducting a webinar. We're going to be covering topics such as the SBA debt relief, a shuttered venue operators grant, paycheck protection program, and economic injury disaster loan programs. So small businesses can register through the City Milpitas' COVID-19 business website. Second, as you know, the city had the first virtual community budget meeting last Thursday as part of our fiscal year 21-22 budget outreach process. We had over 100 views on our social media channels. The meeting and presentation was recorded for anyone that could not attend by going to our website and enter /budget. The second virtual community budget meeting is scheduled for April 1st at 6 p.m. Community members can register on our webpage. And lastly, we'd like to invite the community to take our online Milpitas Budget Challenge survey, which will help inform us on what city services and amenities are most important for the fiscal year from our residents. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much, our city manager, Steve McHarris. I guess I have one announcement to make. It's kind of an obvious thing, but our city did get included with the American Rescue Plan, and I spoke with our Congressman Ro Khanna following the vote that he took over on the Capitol Hill. And I spoke with him just a few hours after his historic vote for the American Rescue Plan. And I was really happy to know that our city will be receiving federal dollars, a stimulus. Some people are calling it the stimmy. But yeah, we're getting about $16.9 million, folks, through the American Rescue Plan. And this is all badly needed dollars and pennies, all the way down to the penny. I think just because we have the stimulus for our city government, we're still very much against or going through an uphill battle, if I may say. So I'm very pleased that those developments occurred last week. And I think our city council has it on our agenda tonight to discuss. But I do believe that we'll probably need some more time to go over it going forward here. Not just the rest of the fiscal year, but who knows when we'll figure it out. But that's great news for Milpitas, folks. Everybody watching at home, all the families, city employees, just community members, daytime population, anybody that steps foot here in this town, we got some positive news. So Feeling pretty good. Okay, let's go to my colleagues here. Next up, we have with the virtual raised hand, Councilmember Chua.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. And I have about 4 announcements. The first one is Assistant Director Elaine Marshall a few weeks ago shared a pilot project, and we're part of it. It's one of the recycling machine in Milpitas, and it's on Safeway. So I went there the next day, and here's my video.
Okay. Say, this is the newest machine for recycling at Milpitas.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Wow.
What happens is,
Get
I
your
went
name?
there the next day. Oh, here we go.
You mark it, you CRB, and then with the spray. Okay, we're done. So what do I do? Okay, we're done. That's it?
That's it.
I was so excited because I got 55 cents out of my CRBs. And it's really cool. You don't have to go to a recycling center. It's right there in our Safeway store at the entrance near the what do you call that? Near the bathroom. And the following week, I met with the CEO of Allins, and I asked if he can put another machine over on the other side of town, close to Lucky's. So he said he'll work on it. So what it's cool, you just need to download the app. It's called Allins app, and just bring your CRVs, plastics, cans, and any CRV is refundable, so you don't have to go to the recycling center. It's really cool. So I'm saving all my cans. The next one is as a new council member, and it's exciting to see one of my initiatives being shown on our website. And I want to thank the building safety staff for leading this effort with the planning department and the energy land development team. So we can now go to this website and look and make an appointment online for 30 minutes to answer any questions about ADUs. As you know, we're encouraging ADUs because this is the fastest, cheapest, and quickest way to address our affordable housing. So in the 4 years, we only have about 100 permitted ADUs. With this program, we're hoping to maybe double it. So we're very optimistic. Thank you very much to the 3 teams that worked on this one. The next one is, I went and spoke with one of the unhoused residents, and I found out that he was showing me his hands and it was dirty. And I said, "Are you okay?" He said, "Oh no, I was cleaning the creek." I said, "Really?" And he said that he's being paid by Valley Waters. So I'm asking the city manager to look into, maybe give us an info memo on how that works. Maybe our house will partner with us and help us clean our city. So they'll be part of the solution and not the problem. So thank you, Steve. And the other one that I have is, the spreadsheet didn't work, so I'm just gonna say it. I would like to have a quarterly cleanup tracking report. So all of the different sites in, let's say, January, which site was cleaned up, February, and then March. And at the end of March, our CMOs, our executive team, would show us a report on how many sites were cleaned up. Because it's been mentioned to me that the federal properties, the Union Pacific one, has not been cleaned for at least 1 year. Oh, there you go. It worked. So here it is. It's very simple. It's up to you guys to change it or just discard it. And the objective is just to track what is being cleaned on our homeless sites. That's all.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Councilmember Chua. Outstanding, outstanding. I know our city manager can update you with recent developments as well regarding the cleanliness and humane treatment of folks here in our town. So I'm so thankful for your work here. You are a new council member, and to see what you've done in the first 100 days, just incredibly outstanding. One of the really great public servants I've seen in all of my life here in Milpitas. Thank you so much for that. Okay, announcements continue. Is there anybody else here? Virtual raised hand. Okay, Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you very much, Mayor Rich Tran. I would like to announce to our community, first and foremost, I definitely want to acknowledge just the pain that our AAPI community is facing. And I definitely want to stand in solidarity with not only my colleagues, but our staff that works at City Hall. And I know that Councilmember Fan in the past has expressed when the virus with all of these conversations started, expressed some really heartful words that really stuck with me. And throughout the last 2 weeks, we have seen, maybe not in the city of Milpitas, documented, but I also want to stress that these kinds of hate crimes go underreported. And they go underreported because people feel that no one cares, that it's just the way that it is. Maybe it's culture, maybe it's the lack of information of how to report these crimes. But I definitely want to acknowledge the pain that is happening, not only in our community, but in our region, and definitely invite the city of Milpitas to take part of a demonstration that will be happening in our city. I believe it's the 27th of March, and it's being led by one of our parents. And so I definitely will make sure to send the information over to our city manager, and if we could please help distribute it and post it. I think that we all must stand in solidarity with our AAPI community during these really challenging times, because hate has no place in Milpitas or in our region. And we know that discrimination and hate based on discrimination roots don't have city limits. And so I want to definitely encourage the council to attend this gathering. Again, I'll send it over to Steve to make sure that you guys get it. And to all of our brothers and sisters in the AAPI community, please know that we stand with you, we are here for you, and we will not tolerate any type of hate against anybody, and particularly right now against our AAPI community. We stand with you, not only in solidarity, but we'll stand up for you. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Very compassionate. Okay, I don't see any further virtual raised hands. Let me look around. Okay, Vice Mayor Montano. And I'll ask you for your microphone adjustment. Thank you so much.
There you go. Thank you. So thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to mention about Cesar Chavez holiday. We just want to let the public know that we have a Cesar Chavez community garden, and that was established back in 1990, I think 94. So that's open to the public. Then also back in 1996, when our library was being built, I had initiated a Cesar Chavez community room. So part of the library, the children's section, is dedicated. You'll see a plaque there on there, and it does say Cesar Chavez dedication room. So that children's area is dedicated to Cesar Chavez. So it's called the Cesar Chavez Children's Reading Room. So just wanted to mention that. And then on another note, last week I had, or not last, a couple of weeks ago, I had proposed a city council request for the small business to go ahead and do a second round. So I'm not sure if that's coming at our next city council meeting, or is that, so Steve, I guess it's a question for Steve. Since it's an urgency with COVID recovery, would that come right away, or do I need to asked to put it on the next city council agenda? Or is it going to be part of the economic recovery program?
I think both. Let's get it on the next agenda as soon as
Okay.
possible. And then we'll
Okay,
go from
great.
there.
Okay, great. And then, as you all know, I live in the Pines area, and I really would like to see, there's a sound wall, some art put in that area to improve the transit area. So that's one of my requests for city council requests, and that can come later, but that'll be one of my requests, to put some murals in that area, or maybe throughout the city. So.
Yeah, let's explore a proposed mural program from the vice mayor. And if we can get sort of a framework for that, for maybe other cities have it, and we can have something similar as a best practice. Let's see here. I'm thinking, what do you think, Vice Mayor, within 90 days for information come back?
Yeah, 3 months is good. Yeah,
Okay.
that's fine.
Okay. Mural
All right,
program. Okay.
Thank you. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. Okay, that's announcements, folks. We are here. We are here. I do want to bring up one more thing here. It's really hard sometimes when there's a recession happening and putting forward ideas. And I commend everybody, all of my colleagues, for putting forward their most creative energy to make Milpitas even greater. I want to make a request here for a future agenda item, but it doesn't even have to come back as an agenda item. I'll just go to our city manager. I noticed in our neighboring cities, there's like these landmark sort of policies, or I'm not going to call it a program, but there's like certain cities have landmarks. Obviously, I guess I'll say San Jose, and they have sort of like a structure to their landmarks. I'm not sure if we have it or not, but I would like for our city, if we have it, to just shoot me an email, or the whole council actually, so that we could take a look at the policy for the landmarks here in town. And if we don't have a landmark policy similar to other cities, I would love to get that going here by the end of the calendar year, just to spread out the work here. So that's to you, Mr. McHarris. Yes, sir. Okay, great. All right. I'll look around at my colleagues if there's any further requests. Pretty interesting items tonight. Thank you, everybody. Keeping it lively. I thought it was a slow start to tonight's meeting until we got that recycling machine video going. That was kind of like a futuristic thing. It kind of woke me up. So, okay, I'll ask my colleagues to put down their virtual raised hands, and then we'll go to our city attorney, Christopher Diaz, for announcement of conflict of interest and campaign contributions. Chris.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to ask the mayor and each council member whether he or she has any personal or financial conflict of interest related to any of the items on tonight's agenda. We'll start with Councilmember Fan.
None.
Thank you. Councilmember Dominguez.
None.
Thank you. Councilmember Chua.
None.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Montano.
None.
Thank you. And Mayor Tran.
None.
Thank you. I'd also ask the mayor and council to please disclose any campaign contributions of 100 or more received within the last 12 months from any of the parties entering into a contract with the city on tonight's agenda, or any development project applicants on tonight's agenda. Councilmember Fan.
None.
Thank you. Councilmember Dominguez.
None.
Thank you. Councilmember Chua.
None.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Montano.
None.
Thank you. And Mayor Tran.
None.
Let the record reflect none to both questions. Thank you. And I can read the council code of conduct if you like, Mayor.
Please do. Thank you.
Okay, so council code of conduct, be respectful and courteous. Words, tone, and body language matter. Model civility. Avoid surprises. Praise publicly and criticize privately. Focus on the issue, not the person. Refrain from using electronic devices while on the council dais, and as a reminder, that includes the Zoom platform we're on tonight. Disclose conflicts of interest and affiliations related to agenda items. Separate governing from campaigning. The council speaks with one voice after making policy on issues. Respect the line between policy and administration. And finally, the council will hold one another accountable to comply with this code of conduct. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chris. Moving on to approval of agenda. It looks fine to me. I make a motion to approve the agenda. Looking for a second.
Second.
We have a second by council member. Oh, let me pause here for a moment. I do see a virtual raised hand. Let me just,
What?
Did we freeze? Oh, there
No.
you go.
please carry on, Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I was waiting for your guidance. At this time, I wanted to kindly ask, there is an agenda item that our office was leading. This is for, I believe, number 15. I would like to kindly ask if we could move it to a future council item, future council agenda. And the reason for this is because information completely changed, and I definitely want to make sure that we maximize our time in introducing a policy that is going to be current versus something that, we spend some time on it now and then it could change tomorrow. So I'm kindly asking if you could take that out of today's agenda and postpone it to a future date.
Okay, I'll make a motion to postpone item number 15 indefinitely. Looking for a second.
Wait, that is not the motion that I asked for.
Okay.
We could come back to a future date. Not
what date would you like?
I would say in the next 60 days, if that's possible.
Okay, let's I'll make a motion to postpone item number 15 to the first meeting of June.
With all due respect, Mayor, that's too far out. So I would say the second week, what's the second week in April? Let's do April 20th.
Okay, I'll make a motion to postpone item number 15 to the second regular city council meeting of April on the 20th. Looking for a second.
Second.
We have a second by Councilmember Dominguez. All in favor. Virtual roll call. Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Councilmember Chua.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Montano.
Aye.
Myself is an aye. The motion is carried. Item number 15 is postponed.
Mayor, I would just note for the public that if anybody did want to comment on 15, that will be returning. But if you feel strongly about commenting tonight, just go ahead and raise your hand and you can call on them when appropriate.
Yeah, I know that's important. Let's give folks the opportunity for item number 15, even though it's been postponed. Let's take a listen to folks' comment here. We do see a virtual raised hand. Let me know if you're here for item number 15 or something else. We have Urvish Kumar Mehta.
Thank you very much to all the city council member. I wanted to mention about the COVID-19 vaccination plan here. As a part of the county of Santa Clara's As a part of a county of Santa Clara's plan to distribute the COVID-19 vaccination, currently the city of Milpitas has only been able to provide the COVID-19 testing center. However, most of the distribution sites for the COVID-19 vaccination, they have been situated in the Alameda County, as well as the different medical facilities which is residing in Santa Clara County, as well as a facility residing in San Mateo County. I want to make sure that the city of Milpitas take up the COVID-19 vaccination plan and provide those services to all the seniors as soon as they can. Thank you very much.
Okay, that's it. Thank you very much for the comment on item number 15. I want to encourage folks to mute your microphones as well. Goes for everybody. Great, thank you so much. Since we're on the approval of agenda, I do want to look at item number 11. Since these federal relief funds have been very recent, I don't think even a week has passed. I'm not sure what type of discussion we can have as a council tonight going forward. Let me check in with our deputy city manager, Walter. Do we need to have this discussion tonight? I just feel we can be better prepared at the next regular city council meeting.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Walter Rossman, Deputy City Manager. So the reason why we're bringing this forward to you tonight is to get your input on where you see the funds going, where you see policies you would like us to follow, considerations to consider, such as investing into technology, investing in our infrastructure, investing into economic recovery for our community. So that's just the thoughts we had to share with the council. So when the stimulus funds do come back, we can bring you a package which is consistent with your policy considerations.
Okay, thank you so much for that. There it is. I as one person, need more time to think about how we're going to use these relief funds or even not use them. And so just looking for support on the council to move item number 11 to the next regular city council meeting. Okay, we'll go to the vice mayor with the virtual raised hand.
Thank you, Mayor. I also was going to ask to defer it since it just got signed. So I too need some more time for this. So I would like to defer it as well.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much. And we'll go to the next virtual raised hand here. It is Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you very much, Mayor, for the time. I definitely would like to kindly suggest at this time, I know that in preparation for today's meeting, some of the things that came through my mind as I was preparing my notes for today's meeting is that it would be beneficial, I believe, for this council if we just do this item separately from a council meeting. I think that it could potentially be a longer conversation. And so I was wondering if that maybe we could give it its own council meeting or a special meeting to do a COVID recovery overview for the city of Milpitas. And that way we could go ahead and get some information, just kind of where we're at, do an overview, and then move into this presentation that will allow us to understand the money flow that's coming from the federal government and explore, if any, possibility, the ability for us to spend these funds. I think that the COVID recovery plan, the funds, I believe, need to be spent by 2024. So I think it would be in the best interest for us to do a 3-year plan versus just looking at short term. And that is going to, I believe, need a longer time period than what is allocated in this meeting.
Great, thank you. Next up, we have Councilmember Chua.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. I do agree with my colleagues from the mayor to vice mayor and council member Dominguez. This is a serious topic. And I think one session dedicated to this planning. And by that time, when I read your write-up, you don't have all the details yet. The details are not coming out. So I think if we do have more details, then we can probably have a better decisions on how to plan for this one-time almost $17 million. That would be beneficial for the residents and for the city of Milpitas. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, thank you very much, Councilmember Chua. Very appreciate you. Okay, so I'll look to the vice mayor to make a motion to defer this item to the next regular city council meeting. And in between now and then, I'll convene with the vice mayor and the city manager to see if we should call a special meeting or not. From what I'm hearing from some of the council members.
Mayor, if I may.
Yes, Walter.
Mayor, good evening one more time. I appreciate the comments. This was intended to be the first step for the council to consider those policy frameworks. We can definitely go for the next council meeting, but I do want to, if the concern is from Councilmember Chua that we understand what exactly the framework is from the federal government, it may be useful to wait more than just April. May be useful to maybe coincide with a budget study session we're having in May to see what you will see our proposed budget at the time, which the city manager brings forth. You will see where we have to take cuts, and then you can see how we can buy back some of those cuts potentially with those funds. Additionally, we will have full guidance by the federal government by the time, because within 60 days, which will be exactly on May 11th, when we have the study session, we're supposed to receive the first tranche of the funds, the first portion of the funds. So somewhere around this time frame, I think would be helpful for the council to make a full policy discussion about this issue.
Yeah, great. Thank you so much. So we'll go ahead and defer it tonight, and then we'll have closer discussions after this evening appropriately. Okay, great. So I'll look for the Vice Mayor to make a motion to defer this item.
So I make a motion that we defer this till the May 11th study session.
I second that motion for deferring the item, which is number 11. All in favor of virtual call, Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Councilmember Chua.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Montano.
Aye.
Myself as an aye. The motion is carried. Item number 11 will be deferred. Thank you so much. As we really create tonight's agenda, craft it, I should say, and we're going to go ahead and move forward to the consent calendar. All right, I want to add items to the consent calendar this evening.
Mayor, before we get to the consent calendar, I know the council did take action on 2 items to defer them, but we still want, I think, a motion just to approve the.
Right. A lot of action here. You're right. You're right, Chris. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. And I'll make a motion to approve the agenda with all things considered. Looking for a second.
Second.
We have a second by Councilmember Chua. All in favor of approving the agenda. A virtual roll call. Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Councilmember Chua.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Montano.
Aye.
Myself as an aye. The agenda is approved. And now we can move on to the consent calendar. I would like to add items 13, 14, 17, and 18. Okay, that's what I want to add to the consent calendar. And I think we have it all noted. I will look to my colleagues for any other request. And next up, we have Councilmember Fan.
Sure. Just give me 1 second here. There it is. I'd like to add item 10. You guys good with that?
No, I want to stay with that one. I want to, actually, no, yeah, we can, no, I want to defer that one. No, actually, I want to discuss it.
Discuss
There's
10.
a lot, there's-
Discuss
yeah,
it, all right.
I want to discuss it, yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you.
Okay, great. I don't see any further requests from my colleagues. We're working on the consent calendar. Thanks for tuning in, folks, here at home. We do have our agenda, and it's quite interesting. There's different aspects with the agenda, approving the agenda, consent calendar, all these really neat ins and outs of really running our city in a democratic way, parliamentary procedure. And so I hope you're having fun, folks at home watching. I think this is great. I want to remind folks that the public forum has concluded for this evening, but you will be able to speak during our agenda item public comment portions here this night. So
I have a question. Let me raise my hand.
Sure, we're on the consent calendar. Go ahead.
So you mentioned you want item 17 on consent. And that's regarding the agenda items that staff had already done the research for the 4 hours.
The list of items, yes.
Yeah, so I was wondering why you want to put that on consent.
If there's any changes to the list of agenda items, then I'll be happy to have that discussion. But I don't believe we have any changes to items on the list that have been approved by the council.
But the way I saw it is that we are going to discuss whether to move forward with some of those items or not move forward with them. Can staff clarify?
Yeah, let's go ahead and check in with our city manager.
Yeah, Vice Mayor, that is agenda item number 12.
Okay, so it's not the other one. Okay.
Correct.
Oh yeah, you're right. That's the other the matrix. That's the last one. Okay, yeah, I agree with that one. Proceed.
All right, thanks so much.
And Mayor,
Okay,
just two things for you. One is obviously we'll need a motion just to include the additional items on consent. And then because we're adding some of the items to consent that we would normally discuss and have public comment on, you may just want to double check to make sure there's no public hands raised on any of the items we're adding to consent.
I'm tracking. I hear you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Definitely get what you're saying. Okay, great. So there you have it for the record. Let's go ahead and go to public comment before we approve the consent calendar then. And so I do see a virtual raised hand. Someone wants to comment on the consent calendar. Mr. Mehta. Here with the public comment, please.
Thank you very much to all the council members as well as the city staff. I wanted to mention about the agenda item number 13 for the alternate members to the Measure F Oversight Committee. As per the earlier conversation, the Oversight Committee was required to be appointed. The General Oversight Committee for the Measure F is required to be appointed. The 7 members and the 2 alternate members. That conversation was taken place way back. I think it is the right time to form the committee and as well as appoint the commissioner, respective commissioner to the committee. Also, I wanted to mention about the agenda item number 14 for the recommendation on the city commission. A request to implement a new commission for the election committee and as well as creating a special district and lieu election committee for the city of Milpitas. Also for the agenda item number 11, I wanted to mention about the coronavirus relief funds and the stimulus paycheck that's going to be provided.
So much appreciate you. Thank you very much. Go ahead and send me an email with any requests you might have further. Thank you very much. That's it for public comment for the consent calendar. We do have the items that we're going to add. I'll repeat it one more time for good measure. Item number 13, 14, 17, and 18. That's going on the consent. And I make a motion to approve the consent calendar. Looking for a second.
Second.
We have a second by Councilmember Fan. Thank you. All in favor, virtual roll call. Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Councilmember Chua.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Montano.
Aye.
Myself is an aye. The motion is carried. The consent calendar is approved. I want to check in with our city clerk. Are we good? Is there anything you
I
need?
just wanted to make sure that that included the list that was presented to you today.
Yes, for the oversight committee.
Perfect, thank you.
Referring to, absolutely. And I want to thank all the residents and community members for your interest in the oversight committee. Just really a fresh list of residents, and that's always encouraging to see folks really put more of their time and attention into City Hall. We got 7 folks on that oversight committee and 2 alternates. I think that's pretty great. And yeah, it's a new list of residents. Always great seeing new folks engaging with our community. So the consent calendar has been approved, folks. Thank you so much. It's really a part of the foundation of every agenda for city council meetings. And once everything gets set, we're ready to go. And so let's go ahead with item number 9. Under community services and sustainable infrastructure, we have an item here tonight that many residents have been anticipating in regards to their electricity infrastructure and the grid here in Milpitas. And we are happy to welcome PG&E this evening, and our city council looks to receive a presentation from them and the representatives regarding the city's recent power outages and corrective actions taken, and also provide information on public safety, power shutoffs, and unscheduled power outages. All just really important information. I know that our local paper, the Milpitas Beat, will most likely and very likely write an article about the information we're getting tonight on the status of electricity here in the city of Milpitas. And our residents will be very interested to receive this information through many different channels as they appreciate being PG&E customers. So before we go to our representative guest, let me check in with our assistant city manager, Ashwini Kantak.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. And as you noted, Mayor, there has been great interest in this item. So based on the request from council as well as community interest, we have representatives from PG&E today to provide you with information about the public safety power shutoffs as well as outages in general. They will also be spending some time sharing information about the recent outages in Milpitas that occurred and the corrective actions they've taken, as well as the community outreach they have conducted so far. So we have 3 representatives from PG&E, Daniel Cedeno, who is our local public affairs representative, Kevin Conant, who is a senior public safety specialist for our county, and Don Hall, who is a senior manager with a focus on local customer experience, also for Santa Clara County. And then our PIO, Charmaine Angelo, who's been working closely with PG&E on community outreach, is also available. So with that, I will hand it off to Daniel. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ashwini, just checking to see if you can all hear me.
Yes.
Great, thank you. Good evening, Mayor, City Council, Daniel Cedeno. I am PG&E's local government relations representative for Santa Clara County. We appreciate all of you giving us the chance to come here and speak and provide an update. And we're here really to talk on 2 issues in particular. One, our community wildfire safety program, that is PG&E's umbrella term for all of our different safety programs, including the public safety power shutoff. And then also here to provide council an update on a recent town hall in the community that the city of Milpitas partnered with PG&E and asked us to come and share valuable information to the residents around some local reliability concerns. If we can go to the next slide, please. And the next one after that, please. Thank you. So joining me as well too is my colleague Don Hall, who is our senior manager of customer experience here in Santa Clara County, my colleague Kevin Conant, who is our senior public safety specialist as well too, and they're here to answer any questions at the end. You can think of our community wildfire safety program in 3 different areas. One goal is to reduce wildfire potential. That includes increasing asset inspections and repairs, conducting enhanced vegetation management in high fire threat areas, hardening the electric system, and such. When we talk about improving situational awareness, that refers to installing high definition cameras and weather stations throughout the mountains here in the valley. Also, PG&E has a wildfire safety operations center where we have meteorologists and fire experts who are constantly monitoring conditions in real time, understanding weather thresholds and concerns and gathering data around wildfire risk. And then when we talk about improving and focusing PSPS, that's really, I think, a lot of the focus this year in 2021, where we've had public safety power shutoffs in Santa Clara County in 2019 and 2020. And I think PG&E is really looking to figure out how can we reduce scope and improve coordination and information sharing and such as well. So if we can go to the next slide, please. This slide here shows the city in relation to the CPUC high fire threat map. And if we can go to the next slide. This slide here, I really want to emphasize because I think it gives a really good overview for council and for folks. This shows, the map on the right shows the high fire threat district areas for Santa Clara County. As you can see, in areas in yellow are tier 2 elevated conditions and areas in red are extreme conditions. Really want to emphasize these high fire threat district areas because essentially when folks ask me, what is a PSPS? What it means is if you have dry conditions on the ground, and let's say after a dry summer, and you have high winds starting to kick up, especially in the fall, then infrastructure could come in contact with debris from vegetation. A tree branch can snap off and fly into the infrastructure, causing ignition. And so for those reasons, PG&E will make the decision to call a public safety power shutoff, and it could de-energize lines in those areas. The issue is, and the trouble is that we experience is that residents that are along those edges that may not be in those high fire threat areas could still potentially be impacted if they're connected to the lines in those tier 2, tier 3 areas. At this point, PG&E has a good understanding of the lay of the land and the types of work that needs to be done. And so on the left, you'll see some of the wildfire safety efforts that have been complete in Santa Clara County, going back to the weather stations, high definition cameras, section line devices. And I'll get into that very briefly in these next few slides. So if we can go to the next slide, please. This slide here shows an overview of high definition cameras and weather stations. All this data is publicly available. You can see at the links on alertwildfire.org and mesawest.utah.edu as well as pgne.com/weather as well. And so these high definition cameras and weather stations helps PG&E meteorologists be able to gather data, understand weather patterns and weather conditions, and in real time be able to look at high fire threat areas. Again, we're constantly monitoring those spaces that I referred to. If we can go to the next slide. This slide here I really love in particular. Sectionalizing devices are technologies that help separate the grid into smaller parts in order to reduce the scope of impact and such. So if you look at this map and you see the areas in light blue and purple, those were areas that were, I'm sorry, I lost the slide. I went back to the title slide. Thank you. So the areas in purple and light blue are areas where folks had lost power and were de-energized due to PSPS event. So these sectionalizing devices were installed in the areas that you see with the small circles. And the areas in light blue designate the change in scope. And so therefore now, because of the sectionalizing devices that were put on in 2020, residents that live in those light blue areas should potentially no longer be impacted by public safety power shutoffs. So again, those areas in blue reflect the change in scope. And so we're looking to do a lot more of these types of devices system-wide, right? We're given a specialized view in Santa Clara County as well. And there's many of these devices throughout the service territory. If we can go to the next slide, please. This slide here is an incredibly important slide. I'm sure many of you may get calls from residents. I've certainly got a lot of calls from folks who said, Daniel, there's very low winds here in Santa Clara County. Why am I getting a message from PG&E saying power might potentially be shut off? And so this slide here is gives a good description to show that it depends on where the power is coming from, right? So again, you could have transmission lines, high voltage lines that are in high fire threat areas experiencing high winds, dry vegetation on the ground. And so PG&E would make the call to de-energize, and that could impact folks farther along the system. If we can go to the next slide, please. So this slide here will give sort of that overview of PSPS through the years, right? So in 2019 was the first PSPS event in Santa Clara County. In 2020, there was really a targeted effort to reduce scope and become more closer and build a closer coordination partnership with local governments and county offices of emergency services. And in 2021, we're really looking for further risk reduction, as well as what other kinds of ways can we better support our customers and do continued outreach and such as well too. If we can go to the next slide. So now I want to make sure to give an update on PG&E's electric reliability presentation we gave to residents, mostly along near Kirtner Elementary School. And we appreciate the city reaching out to PG&E and being an advocate for the residents, because I can certainly recognize the frustration associated with recurring outages. And so the city brought this to PG&E's attention. And so we had this virtual meeting where the city invited us to come and provide some valuable information as to what occurred. So if we can go to the next slide. So first off, this slide here, I think is really helpful to show different types of outages, how are customers informed by those outages, and ultimately who makes the decision around certain outages. So rotating outages refers to the CAISO rotating outages that the state experienced last summer. But then you also have emergency repairs that may need to be done, planned maintenance, wildfires, or public safety power shutoffs and such. And so If we go to the next slide, we'll talk about how these outages were caused and found and such. And so, again, the city reached out to PG&E, highlighting that there was a community that had been experiencing recurring outages. So we elevated this concern internally amongst the local lines of business who did their investigations and analysis to look at the situation from their work. And we found that from October to January, there were 562 customers that were indeed impacted by outages. And we were able to determine the cause of the outage in 2 cases. And in other 2 cases, we suspect that they were due to weather impacts, but nonetheless, PG&E did some corrective actions there as well too. And so you can see as well too that we looked at weather conditions as well, and we took a look at the duration of outages and such. And so if we can go to the next slide. So this kind of highlights some of the internal groups that were involved in the reliability investigation, right? So we took customer and resident feedback, and our field operations, our internal engineers, and our vegetation management folks all took a look at this particular community and the infrastructure and such to understand what occurred in relation to those outages and to understand what corrective actions were taken as a result of investigation. And so if we can go to the next slide. This slide here details corrective actions a little bit more. Essentially, 2 of those outages, again, were due to vegetation. And so a tree branch was removed, vegetation was removed. And in other 2 cases, we suspect that it was due to wind and weather conditions. And so PG&E's protected devices had opened. And so therefore, crews adjusted the setting of those protected devices. And they also installed some equipment, which is called fault indicators, which essentially help PG&E be better able to pinpoint future outages if they were to occur, to help us be able to pinpoint any future further issues that occur. But we do suspect and hope that with improving, with more calm weather now in the spring and such, that residents will not be experiencing the same outages that they had been experiencing during the weather and during the wind and such as well. And so I do have a more detailed slide deck that we shared with the residents in the city. And if any of you are interested, please let me know and I can share that as well too. And if we can go to the next slide, please. I'll just close here. This slide here shares some resources for residents and for folks to take a look at. To be able to see, folks can log in and check and see a 7-day PSPS forecast, can look at the same weather conditions and the weather information and data that we're gathering, get information on backup power, learn more about our community wildfire safety program and public safety power shutoff. And I'll just kind of close with saying, I do see this as the start of a conversation with all of you to be able to come back in the future months as PG&E is building out its 2021 program. We will plan to do, again, significant outreach to residents and to customers through multiple channels and work closely with county offices of emergency services and city staff as well too. Tony Charlip in particular has been a really great advocate for the city, and we enjoy working with her on emergency activations and such as well too. So there's been a great partnership, and we look forward to continuing those open lines of communication. So with that, I gave a lot of information, so I'll pause to see if folks have any questions. And again, my colleagues are also on the line to help assist with any questions that folks may have.
Thank you very much, Daniel. I want to first and foremost say and really express how much I appreciate the work you do. I know it's very challenging. And I want to say that I appreciate PG&E as well. I've seen a lot of changes in recent times, and I can continue to have faith that PG&E is going to give their best to all the customers across the state of California, and especially here in Milpitas. So I want to say thanks. I wanted to ask a couple of things, nothing too much of a discussion from me, but you mentioned that you had a town hall with the neighborhood that was affected. How was the attendance there? Did did a lot of folks show up? I know there was a petition that was circulating, which had hundreds of homes and families in those homes. Did you get a good response from the neighborhood through the town hall?
You know, we certainly had a lot of good questions come in. I don't have the number in front of me. I'm not sure if city staff involved might have that number, or if my colleagues can pull that up. I believe it was around 30, 35 attendees.
Yes.
And we had a lot of very interested residents ask a number of questions around, folks wanted to better understand the local grid, wanted to better understand some of those kinds of devices that PG&E installed to reduce outages and such. So while it was 35, I think it was folks that were very interested and asked good questions, and I think are going to be able to share that amongst their neighbors as well too.
Yeah, great. Yeah, I do. Thank you for that. And as you had mentioned, Daniel, I think the biggest takeaway for me tonight with our discussion here about this topic is the partnership. I can't, that is really the key word for me on this item tonight. I'm so happy to hear that you have, there is a partnership between our organizations and our people, most importantly. And I want to also make myself available as a partner. And I think the best thing we can do within our own power, or at least that I can do as one person, is communication to our residents. It's very much a helplessness when the power goes out, and the communication is real time and it's not specified. And so I know that we both can agree that we care so much deeply about our residents and customers. I just want to make sure we get the communication out there, because I do accept some of the realities. If your company can send over to our city maybe some social media things, you know, images or photos, whatever, just infographics like you presented, I would be happy to share that to my network here in town, just so folks can get more information and be empowered and less helpless. I'm the first person, I feel like, in town that hears about a power outage. You know, all of a sudden my phone will start ringing, and I'll know what street it's on, and we'll go to the PG&E website, which shows the outages map. That's so helpful. I do want to give kudos to PG&E for the map. It does help to be aware that PG&E is aware, and so PG&E is doing a lot of great things with the realities of electricity grid. So yeah, if you can send over, Daniel, some things we can help partner with and share information. Our city government has a social media that a lot of folks like, and we share things from the county, and so I know we can share things from PG&E. We just want to make sure that we're being a good partner. And so you know, in terms of a follow-up back to that neighborhood, you know, every neighborhood's a little different. Not all neighborhoods are on the same grids. I'm certain, not exactly. So I'm not sure if you have, but it'd be nice to, because we know we really care about our residents and customers, and it'd be really nice if you can send out a letter just to that neighborhood, to those tracts and those homes, that subdivision, that grid, really. You can send out a mass letter just to those 600 homes to say, you know, we had a meeting with the city, and I hear the developments, and just inform them. And I think that helped out everybody, especially the residents. That's just my recommendation. And so, yeah, thank you for being here tonight. I've been looking forward to this. And I'm okay with the information tonight. Let me go to my colleagues, and then we'll go to public comment. So let me hear from the colleagues first. Next up with the virtual raised hand, we have Councilmember Dominguez.
Very much, Mayor, for the time, and thank you very much, PG&E, for being here. I really appreciate the partnership. I know we have had some lengthy conversations with many of your representatives and some of our community members. I have spoken to about 400 of those residents that live in this area. Many of them are my neighbors, and so I do live in the grid that we are speaking of. But I do want to just acknowledge the work that you guys have done. I am very impressed I've been following this since the beginning. I did attend the town hall, and so I learned a lot from the town hall. So I definitely want to commend your team, because I know that the work that you guys do is extremely, especially during this time, very challenging. But I do feel, in speaking with some of our residents after the town hall, that they did feel a whole lot better, not just learning more about the information, but one of the best things that I heard was that they trust PG&E to follow through, which in the beginning, we know that that was a hesitation, right? Our community was very hesitant to even believe what was on the presentation. And so some of those comments after the town hall made me feel not really proud about the partnership, and to know you guys as this evolved from a community email, but just the way that you guys have handled the situation. I really do appreciate it as one member of this team and as a community member who does live in that area. One of the questions I know that the town hall community members were eager to find out, because we had it right before the weekend, that was a storm was coming in. So many of the feedback that I got that Monday was, well, let's see if we could withstand till Monday, what happens over the weekend, right? So I'm just curious if there was any events over the weekend. I don't think there was, but again, this community is very interesting of how this grid works. I didn't experience any outages, but just wondering, just for our community, who I know there's some members watching, if there was any fallbacks that weekend. I know we were all looking to see what would happen, and so I'm not too sure if you guys have any feedback that you could share. It might not be specific, because I understand it just happened, but.
Certainly, Council member. Thank you for the feedback and the comments. We appreciate that, and we appreciate the city reaching out to PG&E and highlighting the importance of being the advocate for the community as well too. Again, the customer feedback and the resident feedback and city feedback we receive helps us better be able to determine the issues and where issues are really occurring on the local grid, right? So appreciate that. To my colleagues, Don and Kevin, can you speak to the weather at all that occurred immediately after the town hall?
Don, I believe your staff determined that there was one momentary outage that didn't create any blackouts in that one grid. And I believe your staff said that they were attributing that to some of the adjustments that your staff worked with them. Am I correct in that, Don?
Yeah, thanks, Kevin. Can you hear me? Okay. So yeah, Kevin, yeah, I believe that's correct. I would say the neighborhood in Milpitas is not the only neighborhood within PG&E's territory, and it's easy for me to get confused a little bit about where we've had reliability issues. Certainly we followed Milpitas area very closely. We do have a couple of other areas where we've had some challenging reliability issues. I would just say that we're committed. We recognize the challenges and the inconvenience that any neighborhood faces. And while we have made significant progress, made some specific changes to our equipment and upgraded our protection, better coordinated it, if we have any future events, we are better prepared with additional technology, as Daniel mentioned, to be able to better understand where those incidents may occur. And we stand ready to help ensure that as we move forward, we recognize the challenges that we've had in the past, and we look forward to a much better, more reliable infrastructure, and we're committed to follow through on that.
And Councilwoman, I will check in internally with my folks and follow up to get more information for you on that.
Thank you very much. I do appreciate that, because I'm sure I'll get some calls, and I just wanted, if I could have that information, that would be handy. Thank you very much for your work.
Fantastic. Next up here, we have Councilmember Fan.
Hey, Daniel. Thanks for joining us and for consistently updating us. I know that PG&E must be keeping you busy because I keep seeing the emails the alerts. And our residents, as mentioned, they've been really appreciative of that. What can we do as a city? Is there anything that we can improve on, that our team can help assist in terms of preventing the wildfires, and in anticipation of these shutoffs?
Certainly, I appreciate that really thoughtful question, council member. I think one thing in particular that does come to mind is around helping support both awareness of customers around these issues, but also updating customer contact information at PG&E in particular. Folks move, change addresses, accounts change, et cetera, right? And so it is really important when you talk about wildfire safety that all folks and all residents have their contact information updated at PG&E, right? Because that helps. I know I get alerts from PG&E on my personal devices, right? And especially for residents that may live in closer to those high fire threat areas, it's really important to be able to have those devices synced in, right, with the PG&E accounts to be able to get information. When PG&E generally does 48 hours warning before calling a public safety power shutoff, then 24 hours, then 12 hours, and then right before. And so we want to make sure that folks are fully aware of all of those things in particular. So I think helping amplify the message around that is really critical. Another thing as well too that we look at is language capabilities, right? And we think about having our collateral in appropriate languages for residents as well too. And so if there is communities in your districts that require additional languages for in our outreach material, please let me know that. I'd love to be able to get you the information that you can provide to your constituents in that way as well too. I think those are the first two areas off the top of my head. And I think, as we talk about changing climate conditions, micro climate conditions in Santa Clara County versus other areas in Northern California as well too, I think there's going to be a lot of work ahead of us to make sure that folks are aware of changing climate conditions and what is the utility doing to harden the system to prepare for climate change. So I think more to come on that bit. But in regards to the first two, would be language and updating contact information. So I see this as the start of a conversation and continued partnership with the city on these items. I really appreciate you bringing that up.
Absolutely. I'd love to explore that further in the future. If you have further recommendations, please feel free to send it our way. And the question that I have, it's in regards to the cameras that monitor the infrastructure. Is that something that maybe PG&E would be open to? Sharing with our PD and safety, because we do have a database that helps us better monitor incidents, but it's obviously voluntary.
Mm-hmm. Certainly, the information around the location of where the cameras and the weather modeling systems is publicly available. We can share that information with you. My colleague Kevin Conat, our senior public safety specialist, works directly with the county offices of emergency services as well on planning and coordinating when it comes to wildfire preparedness and such as well too. So there is direct communication there. And so, Kevin, is there anything else you want to be able to add very quickly around information sharing when it comes to weather stations and cameras and locations and those sorts of things?
Sure. I think our office, working with Tony Lynn Charlop and Chief Sherrard's office and your police chief as well, ensuring that your communications center is accustomed to referring to that information. If we think back on the original wine country fires that came in and swept down into Santa Rosa, had folks been able to see that fire coming over a hill, it'd be the same thing that would benefit Milpitas because of where you're situated between the foothills and the bay. Better situational awareness certainly will help your officers for officer safety on patrol, and also your fire department for determining where they would want to pre-deploy resources, and also for Tony Charlup's office and the great work that she does with mobilizing community emergency response teams.
That's great to hear. Seems like you guys have put in a lot of thought in rolling out your procedure. So keep up the good work, and I look forward to continuing to partnering with you.
Certainly, council member. Thank you.
Very well. Thank you very much, Councilmember Fan. Next, we'll go to the Vice Mayor, Carmen Montano.
Thank you, Mayor. So welcome, Kevin, Don, and Daniel. I'm really glad you're here to update us. So so you did go to the town hall meeting because you were getting a lot of complaints. So how was that resolved, and what was the cause of all the outage?
Certainly, Vice Mayor. We shared that there were essentially 4 outages that occurred from October to the January, February timeframe. 562 customers were impacted. After analysis from various lines of businesses, including vegetation, engineering, and operations and such, we found that 2 of the outages were caused due to vegetation on the lines and debris. And the other 2 outages were due to protective devices that had opened up. And so PG&E was able to adjust the settings of those protective devices for additional power. And then secondly, added what we call fault indicators, which are devices that help the crews better be able to determine and pinpoint exactly where the fault in systems occur. And so that will help with other future analysis if future issues were to arise.
Okay, great. So basically, in a nutshell, it was the height of the trees that were touching the wires, the main voltage wires, right?
I would say it's a lot of it is due to weather. When you think of high winds, windstorms, and things of that nature, that is what can impact vegetation that is certainly near the infrastructure, near the lines. Yes.
Yes. That's so. I guess I want to find out, what is the process for PG&E to rove around in different areas, different sectors, and look for trees that are close to the wires? What is your process there? How many times do you do it? Do you have different sectors that you do? Just basically, you can explain to me. Thank you.
That's a really great question. Don, if you're able to, can you speak a little bit to the regular vegetation maintenance work that our crews go out and do? And any information we don't have, I'm certainly will be able to reach in internally, Vice Mayor, and provide you that information as well.
Yeah, so thank you, and good questions, ones we often hear. The vegetation issues in general are not due to trees that grow into the line. It's during elevated weather conditions where the tree behavior and due to wind and trees that drop branches and debris that will generally come in contact with our lines. So we do have a regular maintenance schedule, standards that we patrol lines multiple times a year, where we visually inspect and do tree management, tree maintenance, and we have standards which we clear our vegetation from lines. Our standard for our distribution lines, which are the lines that run through neighborhoods, is to maintain a distance of 4 feet, and we're looking to continue to enhance that and create greater separation, and look for opportunities to create greater resiliency and resistance to vegetation impacts. So we're making progress. We learned from past events, both from wildfire and from just routine outages and storm conditions. And we think we're making good progress. And I hope that I look to the coming months and the years ahead where our reliability is going to continue to show progress and improvement. And I hope that was helpful. Any further questions, I'd be happy to ask.
Yeah, I have seen some of the crews cutting down some of the height of the trees that are, they're not touching, but they will be in a storm, a future storm. So I do like that they are being proactive. But I was just curious, who pays for that? The homeowner or PG&E?
Yeah, PG&E has a program. We cover the cost, generally speaking, of all of our distribution facilities. There are some, if the tree issues are going from the pole to the customer's residence, we generally have types of wire that are less impacted by trees. There are some cases where residents would have responsibility, but generally PG&E covers that cost. Our costs are actually covered through our rates, which means that customers are ultimately assisting with covering that cost. But PG&E is certainly willing to work with customers, understanding if they have tree issues, where we can listen to their questions or concerns and respond to any issues that they feel that they have with vegetation on their property.
Okay,
and just to add, Vice Mayor, I do have a really great slide that shows the CPUC designated compliance that PG&E has to follow around the areas around the local distribution grid and our lines and such. So I can share that information with you as well too. I think it'd be helpful visual to you and your residents.
All right, that sounds really.
I guess I'd close with saying we appreciate the city's support in the importance of maintaining clearance. Everybody loves their trees, and we do encounter customers that do resist having PG&E do what we consider responsible work to help ensure the safety of individual customers and the broader community. And working with the city would help making sure that we can accomplish that work. Not all, some residents, challenge us about some of the work that we're needing to accomplish. And so it is a partnership, trying to understand that the city, the PG&E, and the community are working together to keep everybody safe.
Right, that's great. And one last question. Now I know PG&E is in charge of the electric meters and the gas meters. So for my own curiosity, on the gas meter, can someone have a tree next to a gas meter, or is that is that safe?
Well,
or should I just call up some other time to find out?
Yeah. So
no, I have a
generally,
neighbor that has
gas meters are generally attached to the house or a business, and there are issues with trees that could be that could interact with our underground gas lines. And so on occasion, that's an issue. Tree roots do grow into the ground where our gas lines are. And we have different size lines that are, so PG&E does pay attention to that. And it is a safety issue that we manage and monitor. But largely vegetation interaction occurs far more with electric as trees grow up into the air where our electric lines are, far less interactive with our gas facilities, but we certainly do monitor that and make sure that we evaluate those for safety also.
Great, and I'm really glad you guys have a strong partnership with the city. And for example, I did receive a new gas meter. When was it? Well, after that big fiasco with, I think, what city was it? Menlo Park?
San Bruno.
San Bruno, yeah. So that's when you guys came out and checked all the meters, but thanks for doing a great job. Thanks for the partnership. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. Let's keep it going here. Next up, we have Councilmember Chua.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. I just have one question. First, thank you, Kevin, Don, and Daniel for being here with us tonight. I just have one basic question, and that is when there's a power outage, I know the residents would ask, and I myself would ask, what's the best thing for me to do to find out when the power will be back?
Sure, Councilwoman. Thank you for raising that question. PG&E has a public outage map that residents can look at, and it's updated. I believe we attempt to update every 15 minutes with information. And so residents can look online, type in their address, and be able to take a look to see what is the cause of their outage, if there is a cause that is identified, and the estimated time of restoration given as well too. When I would say that when outages first start, it'll take some time for crews to be able to go out and to assess the issue. And if additional crews are needed or additional equipment might be needed, it might take longer than perhaps a smaller issue that the crew on site can then go and repair. So it does depend issue to issue, but we do have a public outage map. And when we call public safety power shutoffs as well too, we do have a public safety power shutoff map as well too. And so residents can look online as well to see if they're impacted or projected to be impacted by a future public safety power shutoff as well. And that comes online when that wildfire season comes around as well too.
If there's no power, so they can't use the online thing, they can do it mobile through the phone?
Yes.
Certainly. It is capable with cell phone technology, and I've used it myself to be able to locate and look at our outage map on our cell phones as well.
Can you please share us the link so
Certainly.
we can share it with our residents as well?
I would also highly recommend, Councilmember Chua, that as soon as someone experiences a power outage, to go outside, take a look around their home, both in their front yard and backyard, to determine if there's any arcing lines or any visibility of a problem, and then going back inside and dialing 1-800-743-5002 and follow the prompts in reporting that outage, because everybody in PG&E that watches the outage management tool, including myself, sitting at home working remote or in my vehicle with a mobile terminal or from any mobile device, we can see all of those electronic telephone reports, and it helps us to localize where the problem is. And especially when people put in information about what their observations were, like I saw a transformer blow up, or there's a transformer smoking, or the power lines are arcing behind my house at this address. And it really, that information, just like the information that got your town hall meeting, is our best resource for finding out localized information on the ground.
Very good. That is great. So with that 800 number and the link, I think that would be a good tool for our residents. Thank you all. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Very well. Thank you very much, Councilmember Chua. Yeah, does PG&E have an app I can download on my phone, and maybe all those resources and maps might be available?
Don, can you speak to any customer facing tools that residents can utilize on phones or other types of technologies they can use?
Yeah, Daniel, thanks. And Mayor Tran, thank you for the question. Yes, we do have pgne.com. I don't use a specific app, but yes, all of our applications are available online. And as Dan just mentioned, we have outage-related tools, and it is really very helpful to have residents notify us when they're having an outage. It helps us pinpoint. We gather that information and help guide our representatives to the right location to respond. And not sure that I really addressed whether we have an app. I mean, we have a very strong online presence. I don't have an app on my phone because I have internal tools. So Daniel, maybe that's an issue we should follow up with to make sure that we make accessible the app related and online access that PG&E has. We do have certainly a robust ability for customers to connect with us.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. I don't see PG&E in the App Store. But one day I will, and I'll remember we had this talk. But very light mood here. Let's go to the public comment. We're doing 1 minute per public comment. Let's go ahead and get this going here. First up, Mr. Mehta, public comment. Here we go.
Thank you very much. I see that, in past 2019, 2020 year, there has been a numerous PG&E outage that has taken place and taken a toll on the city of Milpitas. So I'm certain that that the city council and city staff has taken that into consideration with the number of outages that has been noted down. So with consideration of that, I would like city of Milpitas to implement the Senate Bill 182 for the local government planning and zoning of wildfires and the wildfire risk reduction and planning support for the grants program in align with the Department of Forestry and Fire. Also, I would like Milpitas City to implement the Bill 901, which is the wildfires for allow the California Emergency Services Act to advise the Office of Emergency Services within the city of Milpitas to administrator and coordinate the efforts for the mutual aid and emergency related activities. The budget act is appropriating.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Moving on here. Next up is Mr. Montemayor.
Hello, city council members, city staff, the three of you, Kevin, Daniel, Don, Sweeney. Yeah, I'm for every side. In other words, sometimes I feel bad for you too because you're in the bad receiving end. Even though people are complaining already, government are complaining, you didn't end up in a chapter 11 or something. You're good. Even though the solar sometimes cannot cover my extra bills, I understand because the solar doesn't have enough capacitor restored. In other words, life first for you, I know. Even though rainwater, all those calamities, you save life compared to materials and everything. In other words, mention about San Bruno, all those litigations and everything, you are tough. In other words, I salute you. I hope I have more than 1 minute, but thank you. I was taking notes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, that's it with public comment here, folks. I don't see any further virtual raised hands. I want to thank all the public commenters. We're going to bring it back to the dais here. So yeah, I thank the discussion that we were able to have tonight. And there's definitely some further deeper developing information that I know I received tonight. So I'm thankful for that. That being said, I do want to thank our guests for being here this evening, all three. We appreciate the attention and goodwill. And we will reach out to Daniel going forward here. It's great to meet you and to have your email actually, and I do get those emails. So in the event of the next event, I will know who to reach out to through our city manager. So fantastic. You all have been great. Thank you so much for being here tonight.
Certainly. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for the opportunity to speak, and we hope this information was valuable. We'll be in touch. Take care.
Thank you. Good evening.
Thank you very much. All right, so that's item number 9, and we received that information. Moving on to item number 10. Let's receive a presentation on the Parks and Recreation Master Plan updates, recreation and community service fee assessment, and development of cost recovery policy, and adopt resolution approving cost recovery policy for recreation and community services department, project number 5115. And we do have some of our directors here for this agenda item. Just looking at the Zoom, we'll go to our Director of Engineering, Steve Erickson.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. So I'll start this presentation off, and then our consultant, Alan Pennington of the Matrix Consulting Group, will carry on from there. Can I have the presentation, please? So tonight, we're going to present the Parks and Recreation Master Plan update and looking for the adoption of a resolution to approve a cost recovery policy for the Recreation and Community Services Department. Next slide, please. So we'll go through the background that got us to tonight. We'll look at the Parks and Master Plan update, a cost recovery and assessment, a cost recovery policy, followed by staff recommendation. Next slide, please. So the city has an existing Parks and Recreation Master Plan that was adopted back in 2008. The plan provided at that time an assessment of park conditions and recommended improvements. It provided an analysis of fees and cost recovery options for the Recreation and Community Services Department. The 2020-2025 capital improvement program includes a project, it was project number 5115, to provide an update to this master plan. Gates and Associates, with their consultant Matrix, was selected as the consultant to provide this update in 2019. Next slide, please. You skipped one. Back. Okay. At the October 20th, 2020 council meeting, Gates and Associates and Matrix Consulting provided a status update on the master plan update. And included a fee assessment and the development of a cost recovery policy that was proposed. The council directed staff to bring this item back with additional information and details on historical fee and cost recovery data for selected city recreation programs, and to provide a additional update on the master plan. The council also directed staff to conduct additional outreach by presenting to the city's commissions. Next slide, please. Since the October meeting, staff and Gates have attended 11 city commission meetings to present the project information and progress and to seek feedback from the commissions and the public. Based on the information received, Gates is currently preparing the administrative draft for the update to the Parks and Recreation Master Plan. Next slide, please. The administrative draft will include an assessment of existing park conditions, park master plan goals, recommendations for improvement, and action plans for the next 5 to 20 years, including maintenance and operation schedules, a list of recommended park improvements with estimates and potential funding sources. The document is anticipated to be presented to the council for consideration and direction later this summer. Next slide, please. Okay, that said, I will now turn over to Alan to complete the rest of the presentation.
Thank you, Steve. Good evening, Mayor and council members. Appreciate the opportunity to present the rest of this presentation to you. Had the opportunity in October to talk with most of you about the cost recovery assessment work we had done, and we're ready to give you a little bit more update and move forward with the discussion on the policy. Next slide, please. So the objective is to continue that discussion. We're going to provide a framework for you for a cost recovery policy. And some of the key things to think about as we go through the discussion tonight is one of the items is to determine whether you want to use direct or total costs, which are direct and indirect costs, whether you want to have a single overall cost recovery target, which is recommended, and the establishment of program tiers with more dedicated and specific cost recovery targets. As Steve mentioned, you are being asked to then later adopt a cost recovery resolution. And I just want to highlight again that nothing in what we're presenting tonight or of what you're being asked to do changes any fee levels, any fees that you're charging for services, or any program offerings. The cost recovery discussion is really for you to provide direction to staff on what they should be trying to achieve in terms of cost recovery from revenues to support their program efforts. Next slide, please. As part of the fee evaluation, we took a look at some of the fees that were charged by comparable communities. And I wanted to share just real briefly with you some information from how you compare to Fremont and San Jose, two of your closest neighbors and competitors in this market. Basically, what this chart shows you is two things. If you look at the individual programs along the bottom, you'll see the yellow line that shows what the Milpitas fee was at the time of the assessment, and the blue bar will show you what the comparative fee was, the average fee for Fremont and San Jose. So obviously, if the yellow bar is lower, it means you're charging less than the average. If the yellow bar is taller, you're charging more. And these are ordered from right to left by the percentage of your fee compared to the average. So if you look on the right-hand side of this chart, you see the scale goes from 0 to 180%. The green bar represents for each of those programs what level of percentage you're at. To make it a little easier to understand, we put a couple points in there. About 3/4 of the way across, you'll see youth basketball, and above that there's a red arrow that says below market. Basically, all the programs to the left of that are recovering slightly less than what your average fee would be in your competitors. Anything to the right of that point, you're charging fees that are comparable to your competitors or higher than your competitors. So the key takeaway that we want you to see here is that each individual program, some of them you're market competitive, some you're above, some you're below, but you have some opportunities to change some fees in there to increase cost recovery. So I don't want you to get too hung up on the specific fees because you're not making a fee change tonight, but the important point is you do have some ability to change fees and still be competitive in the marketplace. If you weren't able to do that, it would be more problematic because we're later asking you to set a cost recovery target that's above where you're currently at. So you do have some capacity to adjust those fees. Could we go to the next slide, please? So what we were asked to do in this cost recovery presentation tonight is develop a cost recovery policy for your consideration. And in doing so, we did that in relation to two things. One, best practices. And it is a best practice for a local government to have a cost recovery policy for Parks and Recreation services. So we are recommending that you develop one and adopt it. And the second thing we did was to develop the policy consistent with what practices were in the Bay Area. So we looked at, as you may recall, we talked about this before, Cupertino, Dublin, Fremont, Mountain View, Palo Alto, Redwood City, and San Jose, so that we could give you some insight on what those communities are doing. Next slide, please. So a little bit of background, just so everyone is clear what we're talking about here. Parks and Recreation operations typically do not achieve 100% cost recovery. Nobody is expecting those services to cover their costs through fees. They are supported by general funds. What we're asking you to consider and establish tonight is what's the appropriate level of general fund subsidization to this, and how much should they be covering from their fees. And this is important because that cost recovery policy is critical guidance from the elected officials and to the staff to make important decisions later on regarding what programs are we going to offer? Are we going to change those programs? What are the funding requirements we need? And what are the fee levels? So when fees come to you in the future as part of the budget process, you can look at it not only in terms of how you're comparing to the marketplace, but whether it helps you achieve the appropriate cost recovery target. Without a cost recovery target, there's no real guidelines or parameters for the council and staff to use in trying to look at the changes in programs or look at the fees. The level of cost recovery is not standard across communities. It does require each community to set a level that they think is best and most appropriate for them based upon their unique needs for the community, the services and service levels that they're trying to provide to their residents. And we are going to give you a recommendation on what that level should be. The first decision, as I mentioned earlier, is if your cost recovery target is going to be based upon direct or total cost. And total cost, again, is both direct, meaning departmental cost, and indirect costs. And indirect costs are typically those like cost allocation plan charges. So time that is spent from administration, finance, HR in support of the recreation function, public works costs, utilities costs. Next slide, please. Quickly, in looking at the comparative entities, about half of the entities had no policy that we looked at and half had a policy. So you can see here, Cupertino had no policy, Dublin's was under development, Redwood City had no policy, Fremont, Mountain View, Palo Alto, and San Jose had formal adopted cost recovery policies. And that is really what we're asking you to align yourself with. Next page. In terms of those cost recovery policies that were adopted, what we're showing you here is two critical things, two of the key things you're being asked to decide tonight. What is the target we should be achieving in cost recovery? And is it based upon direct or direct and indirect costs? So you can see from this chart that Cupertino, San Jose, and Fremont, the first three, are calculating theirs both on total costs. So it's both direct and indirect costs. And that is what we're recommending you consider. The level that they're achieving or the level that they're targeting is 40% for Cupertino and San Jose, and Fremont had 66% cost recovery last year. When we look at the other comparables that we explored here, you'll notice Dublin, Mountain View, and Palo Alto only calculated cost recovery on direct costs. So only the actual costs within the department budget. And their cost recovery targets varied. Typically, if you only do it on direct costs, it's a higher level of cost recovery than on indirect costs. Dublin's was at 65%. Mountain View and Palo Alto have a varying cost recovery based upon program type. So they group their programs into three different categories, and they have three different levels of cost recovery. And you can see they're slightly different, but it's basically one level is from like 0 to 30, in this case, 0 to 30, 0 to 50. A second group that's in the middle range, 30 to 70, and then another group that's at closer to total cost recovery, 70 to 100%. And we are suggesting that you consider that also, because it provides a little bit more direction for staff and it allows you to ensure certain populations are protected from a policy like this. Next slide, please. I just wanted to highlight that we did look at whether other communities had subsidy programs, and yes, they do, similar to what Milpitas has, various subsidy and scholarship programs. And we know you also have a payment plan approach. Adopting a cost recovery policy would not change that. You would continue to have those type of programs there to help those individuals who are most at risk or least able to access your recreation programs. Next slide, please. So we wanted to do a little deeper dive in terms of historically, what level of cost recovery have you been able to achieve? Even though you didn't have an adopted policy, we could look at the revenues and the expenditures to see what you've achieved in the past. We calculated it under both methodologies. The first one being the total cost basis, direct and indirect costs. And you can see there from 2017-18 for the next 3 years, you range from about 33.5% down to 25.9%, 3-year average of almost 30% cost recovery. We're suggesting if you use that approach, the target should be 40%. If we calculated your cost recovery only on direct costs, for that 3-year period, it ranged from 55% to 42%, and a 3-year average of 48.6%. If you were to look at doing cost recovery on direct costs only, we would suggest you do a 60% cost recovery. Those are relatively equal. The reason we're really recommending you use the total cost basis is it's really a true reflection of what it costs to provide those services. And it's better to know what your actual costs are and be making policy decisions based upon that. We use those 3-year periods, and we just want to highlight that fiscal year 19 and 20 was most definitely impacted by COVID, the initiation. All of 20 has been impacted, but so we need to realize that those years are lower, and you had some huge impacts that were in there. Had you achieved what was budgeted, you would have had cost recovery around 48.3 and 29.3, direct and indirect. We did note when we looked at the indirect costs, they are relatively high for the department. It's about 65% of their direct costs in addition to that. But those are the costs that are required to provide the service. They're calculated, they're defensible. It's just a cost of doing business, but it does mean it increases the department's cost of service fairly significantly compared to what you might be used to seeing just in the budget. Next page, please. Oh,
When can we ask questions, Mayor?
It's your meeting. I will answer questions.
Mayor. So
I was gonna see if you have a pressing question, you could ask now.
Yeah, I have a question.
Sure.
On the previous slide, please.
Can we go back?
Yeah, because if I don't ask now, by the time you get finished, we won't know where. So on the historical cost recovery, so you did mention departments. I mean the department cost. Does this include? Is this only for service and individual services to individuals and groups? And does this include events, like 4th of July?
It includes all the programs that the department's providing out of their budget. Yes. So
that's when we hire police. Well, not hire, but we I guess Parks and Recs, when we contract with each different departments in the city, we have police, fire, public works. So that would be the indirect costs, right?
That's right. Those would be great examples of the indirect costs that don't show up necessarily in the department budget, but are a true cost of providing those services. Absolutely.
Okay, so that's what was all right. That answers my question. Thank you.
Yep.
Appreciate it.
No problem. Next slide, please. Really, I'm just sharing this one just to give you some information on the major revenue streams that the department has to work with. In the year we looked at here, and we used 2018-19 because it wasn't impacted by the pandemic or unusual circumstances. So it's a better true snapshot of a normal year. 1.3 million of their 2.5 million in revenue are related to youth programs. And you can see, so 52% of their revenues are in that grouping. And you can see some of the other major groupings, camps and aquatics and facility and park rentals, to get a sense of what those revenue streams are. And it's really just to show that's the current mix of programming that has been historically provided. That's really all we need you to take away from this right now.
And it is and that's probably one of the most important, because we, our youth and our community have always been one of our priorities. So it just matches with our priorities.
Yep.
Thank you.
Sure. Next slide. So in the policy that we drafted for you, in addition to recommending an overall cost recovery target of 40%, we have suggested that you group your programs into 3 categories. And they're basically category A, B, and C, with A being programs that are generally personal benefit, category C being public benefit or prioritized focused areas like seniors and therapeutic programs that for groups that you want to incentivize providing those services to, and B is sort of the mix. So category A, again, high personal benefits. Examples would be park and facility usage, competitive sports, tournaments, individual health and wellness courses. Next slide. Category B, as again, those programs with mixed individual and public benefit. Examples of those would be intermediate programs, sports center memberships, recreational swim lessons, youth sports leagues, summer camps, and some educational programs. And then the next slide is category C, which are generally those of public benefit. So, or ones where you're addressing the policy goals adopted by the city. So right now that would be examples like senior programs, community-wide events, the therapeutic special recreation programs, arts programs, social service programs. Next slide. The reason we are categorizing them is because we're going to suggest you have a separate cost recovery target for each category. So category A, the personal benefit, we're suggesting 100% cost recovery. And this slide is just to show you, based upon some limited data that was available, because unfortunately, historically, all costs for providing a program haven't been captured, and there's a clear recommendation, and staff is exploring ways to fully capture and track all their costs moving forward. But we wanted to show you what the estimated cost recovery was based upon some information we had available. So category A, the target's 100. In the data that was available, your cost recovery was somewhere around 27. Category B, where we're targeting 50% cost recovery as a group, the data showed you were getting somewhere around 40% cost recovery. And then category C, which is 20%, we only had good data on some senior programs, and that was around 8%. So you don't need to worry too much about those cost recovery levels in the right-hand column, because it's not based upon all your data. It's just a snapshot, but we wanted to show you the types of programs that fell into each of these categories, where you have opportunities to make adjustments. And I should mention on category B, you can see for the individual programs, we were able to calculate the individual cost recovery for each of those programs. And it's sort of a good example, because every program in a category doesn't need to hit the target. Some are going to be above it, some will be below it. As a group, you're trying to hit that 50% cost recovery. And so you can see here, you have some programs that are at 10% cost recovery and some that are 89%. The goal is on average that you would hit a 50% cost recovery. And this is where each year, as you're looking at new program offerings, a different mix of programs, this is where staff can make adjustments to change that mix up in an attempt to get a better cost recovery for you, or to address certain policy goals of the city. Next slide. So with those three categories, we're recommending 100% for category A, 50% for category B, 20% for category C. The reason we broke it down to that level of detail is it gives staff the ability to have a more refined target. But between all those groups, you add them all up together, the overall goal is to get to a 40% cost recovery for the department. It's just, this says, hey, if this is a program that's a personal benefit for me, an adult sports league, I should be paying the full cost of that. If it's for a targeted population that we're trying to support and incentivize to use the programs, that falls in category C. We don't expect that to have the same level of cost recovery. We're only looking at, as a group, those programs hitting 20% cost recovery. So just keep in mind, those are really to be for the entire categories. If you remember, you're currently somewhere just short of 30% cost recovery under the full total direct and indirect cost approach. So we're suggesting that you phase this new policy in over multiple years. You can't in 1 year move from 30% to 40% without impacting people. It's going to, especially coming out of a pandemic. So we're saying a 3, 4, 5 year period. At the end of that, you want to be at this level. And that gives staff plenty of time to do the analysis each year as part of budget for what should the fees be to make sure we're competitive with the market, and what program mix are we going to offer. Are there programs that we need to no longer provide because they're not cost effective? And that can be because there's not a demand for them, or people aren't willing to pay for them. Are there new programs we can offer that would generate more revenue? Next slide, please. So if you adopt the cost recovery policy, staff's going to explore every year a variety of things to achieve that target that you set. And that's going to be a change in program mix, phasing out those selected programs that aren't cost effective, implementing new service models that reduce costs. That could be changing how we staff programs, exploring new revenue streams, and increasing selected fees that are below market or that aren't achieving targeted cost recovery. All of those decisions will come at a later point once they do the analysis. What they're looking for tonight is that direction on, should we have a target and what should it be? Next slide. So to summarize the policy recommendations that are in there is, we're recommending you establish the cost recovery based upon total cost. And even if you were to change the level of cost recovery, I'd still recommend total cost, because that means you're capturing all the costs of providing service. And I think that's important for policymakers to know. What's it really costing me to provide this service? We are suggesting that you establish a cost recovery target at 40%. And if you remember from the information we shared earlier, that puts you right in line with other peers in the Bay Area that are doing it. 2 others that are doing it on the total cost basis are at 40%. One was achieving more than that. Establishing subcategory cost recovery targets, as we talked about, A, B, and C at 150 and 20. And that's really to further refine your sort of policy approach, that if it's a personal benefit, people should pay more of the cost. If it's a public benefit, community event, a targeted group, we're going to subsidize those programs more. Phasing it in over a 3 to 4 year period. And you'll notice in the policy, it does specifically, even though I think this has been your process historically anyways, but it does say that there will be a fee evaluation annually during the budget process with recommendations to the council to make changes based upon the market condition. There'll be a review presented to the council of the prior year's cost recovery, so you know how well they're achieving that. And there'll be some level of program analysis with recommendations to you on what changes in our program mix do we need to make to try to further enhance and achieve this cost recovery target or policy that you've adopted. Next slide. And I guess that puts us at next steps, which is really turning it back to you, is based upon council direction, staff will evaluate the fees and develop a plan to achieve the cost recovery target you adopt. The plan would include all the strategies we previously talked about, phasing in increases, changing the programs, changing how they deliver the programs. And any of those changes to the fee schedules will be brought forward to you later this year as part of your budget process. And I think that's the last slide. Is there another one? Oh, so recommendation. I guess I'll cover this one. Recommendation is to receive the report and the policy and adopt a resolution. And I guess with that, I'll stop and ask if there are any questions on the cost recovery presentation that would help you better understand what we presented either in October or here tonight.
Thank you so much, Alan. Just really excited to have this item up for discussion and action tonight. The Parks and Recreation Master Plan is a important one, as you noted, and it's been over 10 years since it was updated. So I'm very fortunate to be here tonight to provide a voice of our community. I want to say the presentation was very well, and I would agree with your recommendation, staff's recommendation that I think the total cost recovery is really the way to go. And at the end of the night, for every family, we really just try to minimize the cost for programs and activities that are more of a burden for some than others, if I may. And so just that slide you showed in your presentation with the different types of recreation services activities and some of the cost recovery there and recommendations, it made all the sense to me. So I just want to say great job, and I'll be in support of all the recommendations here tonight. Let me go to my colleagues here. Councilor Chua.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. Ellen, can you please go back to the one that shows the revenue?
Sure. Right there?
Yeah, this one. See, you did a great job on showing the revenue, but I'm kind of concerned that there is no breakdown on the cost. On the fee, I mean, it's the revenue is there, but in order to really have a good balance data, there should be the expense there as well.
So the department budget that we used that would be comparable for this revenue stream, the departmental budget was at about 6.46 million. And that is where we calculated, about a 25% direct cost recovery. And then adding to that, the indirect costs, which are about 4.2 million, took the total cost to 10.6. And that's where the cost recovery then dropped to a lower level. Excuse me, that dropped to the 25%. The reason we don't have the detailed costs is historically the department hasn't tracked costs by program area. So we couldn't put here's the revenue and here's the cost because we don't have the total cost from 2 years ago for each of those program areas. And in the report, and I won't speak for staff, but I think from our discussion, they're supportive and already have been working towards this, putting in place methods to ensure that they can track each of those costs by program so that in the future, as you are making decisions about those type of changes or fee adjustments, you'll have the level of information by program category to do exactly what you're asking. But there's no way historically to go back and allocate those costs when they weren't tracked that way. So we were able to do it for a few selected programs, and that was on that one chart where we showed it by A, B, and C, but there was no way to do it for every program from that year.
See, as you know, we are in the process of the budget. We are in the budget process, and we're doing some cuts there's recommendation for cuts on staffing, and obviously that will impact the services. See, if this is 2018, 2019, that doesn't really reflect the reality of the 2020s, because we don't have, if you're saying that we're maintaining the 10.6 million budget for this, that's not realistic, because our footprint for this one has changed. So that's my concern.
Well, and it will change every year, council member. Absolutely. The reason we had to use 18-19 is it was the only year that was consistent and not impacted by the pandemic, where revenues were reliable, and we sort of felt that they represent the market. But if you change your program mix and if you change the total cost, your revenue expectations will change accordingly with that. So the goal would be 40% of the total cost is what our revenue target would be. And that can be from program fees, rentals, sales, sponsorships, or whatever revenue sources you get. But the goal is we're trying to achieve 40%, meaning 60% would then come from the general fund to support the remaining costs of that.
In your last slide, or the second to the last slide. This one.
Yep.
The third one, implement new service models that reduce costs. See, I don't see, you're talking about service, but I'm looking at labor. You see what in order to increase your recovery, you need to reduce the labor costs. And that's what I'm looking at. We're always targeting on the service, reducing the service or mixing the service, but really we should look at how much it costs to do the program.
Yeah, and I think that's
labor.
And that's envisioned in there. I mean, I'll let Renee answer you further if she wants, but that could mean, hey, do we offer more programs where we are contracting it out? So we're paying the contractor based upon participation in the program rather than with staff time. Do we look at other models for doing that? It's going to take all 5 of those bullet points and probably more different mixes of them to achieve this. You can increase revenues or you can decrease expenditures. Either way can get you more in balance. It's probably going to be some of both. But I don't want to speak for Renee's efforts. And
yeah, thank you, Alan. And thank you, Councilmember Chua, for that question. So in this current fiscal year and next, we have looked at the impacts of COVID-19 and reduced the expenditures and made those adjustments in the budget, because we are not putting out the same level of service because we are restricted by the county and state mandates. So we have adjusted in that way in planning in the next year's budget. We have also looked ahead at the next year and assumptions of where we will be as far as tiers and the ability to service the public, and adjusted the budget again. So it really is a balance of what we think we can provide and how many people we think we may be able to service within those tiers in the next fiscal year, and what that would cost the city to do that. So it is sort of an ongoing effort to look at that formula, basically. And then as we do that and bring programs back or look at the recovery that some of the programs we are offering and plan to offer bring in, does it make sense? Is it still an efficient way to offer a desired service? And so we would look at, those new types of service models, different ways to offer the program that might reduce costs, and look at what we can reasonably offer as we get out of the pandemic, and make sure that we're adjusting the city's costs as well to provide those services.
Let me ask you this, Renee. Looking at the 2018 and 2019 data, and if you compare it to the 2020, what is the percentage of reduction do you see in terms of programs in your department?
I don't have a percentage. I'd have to go through each and every line.
Is it half? Is it 25%? Is it 75%? Estimate, do an estimate.
Yeah, I'd have to look at what we reduced the budget by, and there are things that we've stepped in and provided that we normally don't provide during a year. We've switched modes so that we're offering more social services, pandemic response and support. And so the efforts of a lot of the staff have been moved to those services throughout the community. There has been a large reduction in the part-time staff that are typically out at school sites and in community centers and senior centers. That is a reduction, but those staff are also supporting pandemic testing, vaccination site, and things like that. So we could look and get that data for you later, but we'd also have to look at what new things we're providing right now during the pandemic.
Okay, I will be looking for that.
Okay.
Thank you, Alan. Thank you, Renee. That's all for now. I might have some more later. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Chua. Appreciate you. Next up here, we have the Vice Mayor, Carmen Montano.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm one thing I'd like to say, I'm really glad that this is finally coming to fruition. I've always felt that we should have some type of a policy in place for cost recovery in the Parks and Recs Department and community services. So the development of this strategic cost recovery policy will provide guidance and a framework that will have several benefits and uses, and I'm really glad about that. But and I really am glad that moving forward, that we will keep better track of how much everything is, what's coming in and how much we're spending, and that's the bigger picture. I'm really glad that we'll have keep better track of that. So what I'd like to ask is there any way we can disaggregate the data? For example, community events, put it in one category, social services in another category, to see how much we spend. And then of course, the other three with all the youth programs and so forth. Or is that, do we have to put it all in one lump? Do you understand what I'm saying? If not, I can, because for example, we have the three categories, A, B, and C.
Right.
Okay, so I'm wondering, where do the events like 4th of July, where would those fit in what A, B, or C?
I believe all of those would fall into the C, correct, Renee? Or we put community.
Yeah, thank you, Alan. So community events would be in category C. If there's an event that is limited seating or ticketed, for example, brunch with the bunny or milk and cookies with Santa or something similar to that, that would be in a different category, a higher cost recovery category.
And then what about social services that we've been doing a lot with COVID-19? What would that be in what category? Would it be category C as well?
Yes, that's also category C.
Absolutely.
And we will be keeping better track of how much we spend and indirect and direct costs and all that, right?
We do have those areas budgeted per function. So it's really what we're going to be keeping better track of and more formal tracking of is the different programs and services within those functions. So it's just a deeper tracking system.
Okay. And the youth team sports, where would they be, in category B or C?
A majority of the youth sports programs would be in category B unless it was more advanced programming or individual private programs. For the youth sports organizations, that is a separate policy for field access and fees. So we are still going to look at what the cost recovery is on that separate program. But if we were going to recommend any changes to those fees, we would bring those to council as a separate policy change.
Okay, I think this is a good start. I'm glad that we're moving forward with this. So those are my only questions I have for now. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Vice Mayor. And remember, we're just receiving information and the presentation about the plan tonight, and I'm sure it'll come back to us shortly. But let's carry on here. Next up with the virtual raised hand, Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you very much, Mayor. First, I want to just acknowledge the report. I think it was a great report. Personally, it helped me understand category A, B, and C, which is defined in the report. And so thank you so much for really looking at the cost recovery goals and doing a cross-subsidization conversation across the board. I think that's really important. I do believe that it's time for this to happen. However, I also want to move with caution because I do understand that the parameters of this report were done in the last year before COVID. And I definitely want to commend Renee and her team. They have done an extraordinary job just pivoting over and providing services. And so one thing I have mentioned in the past to my colleagues is that we, definitely, I believe in measurements and metrics, but I also believe that metrics don't measure everything that is happening just because you just can't, so I definitely want to just caution when we move into a metrics and a data, especially with COVID-19, and as we're gathering that data to see the input and the output of services. So Renee, just as we're moving forward with that, don't be shy about sharing everything you're doing. And if it's not measurable in one way or the other, because it doesn't have units of service, which is the traditional metrics of measuring parks and recreation services, please feel free to offer an alternative measure, of describing what it is that you're doing, because I definitely want to make sure that we don't lose that as we're moving through these reports. So I thank you all for definitely providing this information, providing the in-depth report, which was, I believe, a couple pages long. But I definitely do appreciate page 35 and 62 because I had a lot of notes there, if that helps anything. But thank you very much again for your time, and I look forward to continuing to learn with you and continuing to support our Parks and Rec department. Oh, one more thing. As we're moving through a cost recovery, one of the things that I did see in the data, one of the data images, is just making sure that as we're seeing that it's youth that we're speaking of, that most of the recovery costs are coming from. And I know that post-COVID that may look different, right? Because a lot of financial elements may come into play. So that's something just to put in the back of our mind as we're moving through these conversations, that those recovery costs may even look different because financially the burdens are so much different before pre-COVID that they are going to be in post-COVID world. So thank you very much. And as long as we have that in mind, I definitely would support this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll go to public comment now for this item. And so let's take a look at the virtual raised hands from the public. First up, Mr. Mehta.
I see that, from the distribution chart I see from the distribution chart that has been provided, there has been a 52% of a cost of about 1.3 million that has been attached to the youth. If we take a close look at the distribution is required to be equalized, where the more distribution is required to be done to the distance learning, K-12 education, more schooling programs, online courses, as well as the development of a child and cultural programs. Now, assigning a 52% is a lot more amount in consideration. So I suggest City Council to redistribute that amount and instead put that amount more towards the child development rather than on a youth development. As the youth development is equally important, it is important to measure that, what are the contributors that would lead to the development of a youth, and then assign the cost to it.
Next up, Mr. Montemayor, welcome.
Yeah, Voltaire Montemayor, the city council members, city staff, Mr. Alan Pennington. Yeah, I'm under Rene with the Parks PRCRC. Anyway, she got a multifarious task. Fantastic. Oh, anyway, my understanding is 100% now. We're not in the earning bureau. It is for good service, enjoyment, and access, fairness to the park, auditorium, parks, extracurricular activities, but we cannot ask fees to everybody. Expensive probably if we need to be a earning bureau. The scholarship was mentioned. 11 and adjacent is a county, the gliding. We cannot ask more fees. So in other words, we don't have 49ers, Ace, Giants around. So we'll see. We'll see. We'll improve. Thank you.
That's it with public comment. Thank you very much, community members. Okay, so we received the presentation on the Parks and Recreation Master Plan updates. That was so good, and I know that our city staff will come back for more on that later. We also received information through the presentation on some other things. The only portion of the item for action is adopting a resolution approving the cost recovery policy for Recreation and Community Service Department, which is project number 5115. And so with that, I want to make a motion to adopt that resolution. And I'm looking for a second.
Second.
We have a second by Councilmember Dominguez. All in favor of virtual roll call. Councilmember Fan. And we want to hear your voice, Councilmember Fan. Fantastic. Aye. Yep. Great. And next up, we have Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Councilmember Chua.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Montano.
Aye.
Myself is an aye. The motion is carried, and that resolution has been adopted. So thank you very much, Alan, for the presentation tonight. Renee, our Director of Recreation Services, as always, thank you. I want to thank our Director of Engineering, Steve Erickson, and everybody that contributed to the item. And we look forward to seeing the master plan update come back to us again. Okay, great, fantastic. All right, let's keep it moving here. We're going to go to item number 12. Let's receive scope and resources information for council requested work plan items identified at the February 2nd, 2021 the council meeting, and provide direction to staff on specific items to be incorporated into the development of fiscal year 21-22 budget. And I want to go to our Assistant City Manager, Ashwini here.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. Good evening once again, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. So we're really happy to be here today to present information on the potential work plan items that you had requested in February. This was truly a large team effort, and so several of us will be presenting on this item based on the lead department of office for each item. We've also worked closely with City Attorney Diaz on several items, so he will be available to provide additional detail as needed. And before we begin, I just wanted to note that we have set up an electronic voting process for the 9 items to facilitate a more streamlined and transparent process. So City Clerk Wendy Wood will walk you through it when you're ready to vote on the item. And IT staff will also be available if you need assistance. If we can go to the next slide, please. So just a little bit of background. On January 26th, we presented a preliminary 10-year general fund forecast to you, projecting a $7.5 million shortfall in fiscal year 21-22. As you may recall, by then, right from the start of the pandemic, we already had established a managed hiring freeze. This meant that although some critical positions were filled, approximately 20 positions, or about 5% of the budgeted positions, were vacant. We had already planned a reduction in positions as part of mid-year budget actions, so defunding some positions, and we defunded. Those actions were taken on February 16th, defunded about 14 positions. And at this time, we're also considering some additional cuts for the next year's budget. So this significant reduction in staff capacity required us to prioritize some of the recent council agenda item requests that were moved forward for discussion by council consensus. So on February 2nd, the council did discuss these items, specifically 19 of the 70 plus items that had been requested. And these 19 items had not been initiated and required more than 4 hours of staff time. Based on that discussion at the meeting, council identified 9 items to be brought back in March for your discussion and for the consideration, and whether these should be included in the fiscal year 21-22 budget development. Next slide, please. So since February 2nd, we have developed additional information about the 9 items to help you with your decision-making today. The additional information includes our understanding of based on our understanding of the scope, we have included a work effort, an estimate of required resources and funding, any additional staff or funding needed, as well as potential impacts on other work plan items. And we've also noted additional clarification or direction needed from council. So of the 9 work plan items, 4 of them do not require additional resources. Work could be absorbed by existing staff, again, based on current understanding of the scope of work. There's 5 work plan items that have some budgetary implications for next fiscal year and beyond, either as one-time or ongoing funding, as well as some potential revenue loss. And for fiscal year 21-22, one-time costs are estimated to be at about $425,000. Ongoing costs estimated at $135,000, and then approximately $90,000 estimated in revenue loss. A portion of the costs are expected to be offset, about $300,000 that we expect to get reimbursed from FEMA if you decide to move forward on one of the items, which is the vaccination plan. And so with that, if we can go to the next slide. And as I said, this is a team effort, so we'll be tag teaming on this. So Tony Andar, our Public Works Director, will cover this next slide.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council members. Tony Andar with your Public Works Department. And our department will be leading the Beautify Milpitas proposal that we have in front of you today, with support from the City Manager's Office and Recreation and Community Services Group. Back in August of 2020, we did a presentation to council, which discussed the establishment of a volunteer program to address items in the city such as weeds, litter, and graffiti abatement. At that time, council's direction to us was to bring this back once the pandemic was over. So we're bringing that to you guys today as part of that discussion. The proposed program, as we have it set right now, looks at revamping the current programs that we have with the city, the Adopt a Spot program, which is one of them, or the Milpitas Volunteer Program, and create an ongoing effort with these programs that expands what we already have in place with those programs. Staff effort will be limited on these programs, which is the direction that council gave us when we discussed this back in August. We're going to limit staff efforts to simply providing supplies for the volunteers and also handling disposal of the material that's collected as part of the volunteers' effort. So part of the discussion today, what we want to look for council direction on are 2 things. One is if there's a need from council to have us do additional staff involvement in the program, so that would be one of them. The other item would also be, which is council directed us to do before, which is to bring forth what a task force or some sort of a support group would want to be on the program for administration purposes. So we'd like to get council's direction on those 2 items there. Couple items that we'll have to bring back and discuss further is one of them is the reviewing safety and liability considerations with the program. So a lot of the work that will be done will be, some will be in the general right of way. So we want to make sure that those who are volunteering with us are going to be safe while doing that, and we protect them as well as protect the city from any liability. We also want to make sure, again, like I discussed, the fiscal impact is low. So as we have the program proposed right now, there's no fiscal impact with it. However, if council were to direct us to have more staff involvement, we would have to have a discussion about what the cost impact would be for that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tony. Yeah, I'm really excited about this particular program or proposal here for Beautify Milpitas. And to answer your question or concerns from the staff, I think one of them was, I could be out of order, but the kind of the sort of the volunteer administration piece of it, if I was listening correctly, I think that was one of them. I think this volunteer program should be administered by either a subcommittee of the council, and I would ask the vice mayor and council member Chua, or it could be a volunteer sort of administered program. And those are my thoughts for that piece that could use some further information. Also, I think one concern brought up was this liability piece, as these are some right of ways. I'm sure there's a practice other agencies use. I do see volunteer efforts down in San Jose and with the Valley Water District, and so whatever they use, we can use. I'm sure volunteers will accept signing up for the effort with those risks considered. So, okay, let's keep going around here. Let's go to the Vice Mayor with the next virtual raised hand. Vice Mayor Montano.
Thank you, Mayor. The city of Morgan Hill has a really good volunteer program, and I'm asking the city to look into, maybe we might want to model. And I know we do have that Cities Adopt a Spot volunteer program. Adopt a Spot and the Milpitas volunteer program, but I don't know how active they are. So Renee, if you can take a look, or and Tony, or Renee, whoever's in charge of that program, to look at the city of Morgan Hill. They have a really good volunteer program where it doesn't really cost that much to implement this cleanup programs. So when Isabel and Chu and I were looking at this, that's what we were envisioning, a volunteer program. The emphasis would be on a volunteer program where you wouldn't use city staff. It would be mostly community run. We were looking for, the bags, the trash bags, the little tools that to pick up the trash. We already have the vest, and I think I put mine away. I put mine away. So I don't know if Evelyn, if you have yours handy so you can show. But it does say Beautify Milpitas, and I think we have like 25 vests. So, we can model the city of Morgan Hill. I think that would be great. And I don't think it's going to cost it will cost that much to implement it. Like I said, it's just a matter of coordinating and having the bags and the little pickup things and the paint for graffiti. So that's basically, we didn't envision this to cost a lot. It's just more of a volunteer program throughout the whole city, wherever there's, trash and debris. So anyway.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So thank you. We will definitely take a look at Morgan Hill model. I do talk with their director often. The Milpitas volunteer program, we have several hundred people enrolled in that program citywide right now. There's the vest from Evelyn, thank you. You can sign up for opportunities to volunteer virtually and then eventually back in person online. Parents can enroll their children if they need community service hours virtually as well. And they can indicate their interests of where they would like to spend their time and volunteer and when they're available. So we have that set up now. So in speaking with Tony and Da, we were looking at if that was the direction of the council to add the option for Beautify Milpitas. We do have waivers as part of the application process and enrollment, and separate waivers for more detailed work out in the parks and things like that. So, but we'll check out Morgan Hill as well. Thank you for the reference.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Fantastic, and we'll keep it moving tonight here. We do have several items within this item. Next up here, we have Councilmember Fan.
Thank you. When would this be rolled out? Is there a timeline that we had in mind?
Yeah, thank you for that question, Councilmember Fan. I think part of that is the discussion today. So once we get feedback from council today on just a framework for the program, then we will look to put the final pieces together. There are some things we still have to work on. So we're looking at least implementing this sometime in the next fiscal year, because we still have some items to work on with the city attorney's office to get some of these items I talked about, but the liability and waiver forms put together. We also do want to streamline and get some sort of a website put together, so it's easy for folks to come in for a one-stop shop to know what areas we possibly want they could volunteer to at. So we would be identifying some of the hotspots for them, in addition to areas that they identify themselves, but also working with the community services group to retool some of the programs that are already existent, and then reach out to the volunteer that already signed up before.
Is it it's possible for us to require of participants to have been vaccinated prior to starting? Because it's one of those things where and it's also one of the reasons I asked, like, the timeline is you know, we're operating in very different times with public health procedures, and I want to make sure we cover all the bases as it regards to any possible public health risks.
Yeah, certainly, Councilmember Fan. That's kind of why this was put on the back burner in the first place, right? Because we were still in COVID, still are. So what we'll need to do is the timing of rolling out this item, in addition to all the work we still have to do to be ready, is going to depend on what the health orders are at that time. So we'll have to take that into consideration.
Thank you. And lastly, I guess this is more so a question for my colleagues, is if it has to be named Beautify Milpitas. I only ask because it can give off the impression that Milpitas is like ugly and we have to, beautify the entire city, which is not really the case here. I'm thinking more in the lines of, like, I don't know, clean up Milpitas, or something that takes that imagery out of context. So if you guys have any opinions on that, we'd love to hear it. But overall, I think it's a cool program.
Great, thank you very much. Next up here, we have Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you very much, Mayor, for the time. I first want to I'm very excited to finally see this vision come through. I know that myself and the Vice Mayor talked about it back in August of 2020. And so definitely thank you, staff, for building the vision that we were both explaining at the time and bringing it back in a proposal that I believe is going to be very beneficial to our city. I definitely, want to echo the sentiments of Beautify Milpitas. We are definitely in a very challenging time right now with the pandemic. I think we want to all build a better Milpitas, right? Build a stronger Milpitas. And so I think stronger together, or something that definitely forms that collaboration and rebuilding, because that's what we're going to be doing moving forward, is we're rebuilding our city in various ways. One suggestion that I would have, because there is no fiscal impact, and just thinking of the staffing and looking at some of the other models in other cities, is maybe implementing an internship program, either a program manager that could really take on the day-to-day operations of running the Milpitas volunteer program, because I definitely echo that the website would be great, but I still believe that there is probably going to be someone doing that oversight and doing those day-to-day operations that could be very tedious. I know firsthand, from my day job, that those are the little things that sometimes do occupy a lot of time. And so maybe definitely remapping, I think that's a great idea. The cities adopt a spot in our Milpitas volunteer program, and then maybe implementing or integrating some sort of program manager, internship, college position that really could move through the day-to-day operations. Because of liability purposes, I do feel that sometimes it's more than just signing the waiver for volunteering. It's getting the supplies together, making sure someone's there to pick them up, also coordinating the pickup, all right? I think that's another big aspect that goes into this, is not just cleaning up and putting things in a bag, and then it's coordinating that process and what that's going to look like and making sure that that's happening in a timely fashion. So thank you so much, staff. I really appreciate your dedication to moving this item forward. I am really excited to see it to flotation. And again, thank you so much for your time.
Okay, great. We do have multiple proposals under this one item. And so I want to receive public comment before the final vote. And so we're going to be doing this online vote thing, but it won't be really, I would say, official until we do the motion. And so I think that'll be fine to take public comment before the final motion. So folks who are here for public comment, hold tight. We'll get to you before the final approval. Do you see a virtual raised hand up? Okay, it's not. Okay, Councilmember Chua, you're messing with me.
Brief, Mayor. I just want to share the experience that I had with having the Environmental Society of Milpitas High School team up with different churches, and then the CAC when we did the cleanup of the mobile home park and the one park over by St. Elizabeth, that we did need a dumpster because we picked up a lot of debris, and I think the CAC incurred the cost. So Tony, you might want to look into that, because we used up one for recycle and one for real debris. We used up humongous dumpsters. That's all. I think that's going to be a cost. Thank you. And thank you, staff. Great job. You and Renee did a great job on the write-up. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mayor.
Awesome, great. Let me check in with our Director of Public Works, Tony. We're going to go to this digital vote to help out staff with the clarity and records of all these items. But Tony or Renee, do y'all need anything else from us for this Beautify Milpitas proposal right now?
I think we've got some pretty good direction to work on. So thank you for that feedback. And we will take that in as more information is needed. We'll work with the city manager's office to get further clarification from council. So thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Okay, great. So I hope my colleagues here on the council, everybody has their digital page up on their computer. Maybe we should check in with our IS director, Mike. Lou, did you want to brief us on how this thing works? Mike, are you the one? Pretty cool thing here, yeah.
Yeah, hi, Mayor. This is Mike. We can either vote by individual items or wait until staff present all 9 items, and then council can go ahead and vote in all 9 items.
Okay, I would it be okay first just to vote for this first one at a time, because I don't want to go backwards at all. I kind of just accomplish each one and keep moving forward.
Sure, we can go ahead and do that.
Okay, great. Appreciate that. So this is cool, folks at home watching, community members, residents, Milpitas family. We are doing more than just raising our hands here or virtual hands. We're actually going to vote digitally here before you. And so I think our IS department is going to pull up maybe a screen, I think, and it's going to show our votes on the item, the proposals, I should call it. So it's going to be a pretty cool thing. It's like a scoreboard or real-time results, similarly to other governments. So, yes.
The only thing I wanted to note for you is that the Brown Act does require that we take public comment before or during the item. I think if you guys want to vote digitally, that's fine. We'll just note for the public that the vote is not final at that point. And then once we get all the votes on the screen, council will take another motion just to confirm those. and we take public comment before that final motion, if that works. for you.
Yes, absolutely. You said it perfect. Okay, I don't even need to repeat you. Thank you. Yeah, tricky. I should be very careful with my words here. It's all these digital votes are official until an actual motion in parliamentary procedure. So, folks, your comment will be heard before the final decision. So, hold on tight, folks. Hold on tight. Okay, with that being said, I have my page up with my options of voting yes, no, or abstain. Maybe Mike Lou or whomever, please guide us as to how we're going to do this.
We're still waiting for 3 more votes. Mayor.
Okay, that's me.
No, you're fine. We saw your vote.
So where do I, okay, so you're waiting for mine. Okay, so where do I click on?
Everybody should have received an email earlier.
Yeah.
And then there's a link that'll
Okay,
lead you to a page where you have the options to kind of digitally vote.
And Vice Mayor, you can also use your phone if that's easier.
Okay, we'll use a phone because I didn't download that link.
Just click on that link and it'll take you right to the first item to vote.
I'm going to use my phone too. Yeah.
And what's the number that can you send it to me? Hold on a minute.
Yeah, the email is titled voting application, and it's from 10:51 this morning. So folks at home, if you're watching, we're using a new app to really be clear and transparent about our kind of informal vote on things like this proposed Beautify Milpitas program. So we have a dozen things we're going to do this little digital app vote on. So it'll be cool. Folks will be able to see it at home. And then we're going to make a regular type of motion later.
So I don't see it. So you know what? I'm going to just hold off on mine because by the time I get this thing working, no, just let's move on for the sake of time. And I already know I can say it verbally, and somebody else can click it on for me because I don't have the app. So just move on.
It's a link with check your email at 10:51.
Here it is. Wait,
Yeah, you can't miss it.
Rochelle just sent it to me.
There you go. We got too many folks here to support you on this one.
Well, no, actually, hold on. Here is the link. Okay.
Mayor
All right.
Tran, did you want me to explain the process?
Yeah, could
Okay.
you, Wendy, please?
Sure.
Okay, I already did. I did it now. It's
okay. So originally we thought that you were going to all vote at the end of the process, but you can do it as you wish. But there's the 9 items that will be presented to you to ensure the transparency and to facilitate a more streamlined process. We have created the electronic application. This application allows the public to see the votes for each council member for all 9 items. Mayor is showing you.
Yeah, I'm showing.
Once the voting process has been completed, each council member will show the votes once it's completed. Each council member has been given a unique voting link. So that's the link that Vice Mayor is looking for to do her vote. During this voting process, there'll be a slide showing the vote is in progress. Once the voting is all complete, a summary page will be displayed listing all the votes for each of the 9 items. So IT will be displaying the list of all the votes so the public will see how each council member is voting for each item.
Perfect, thank you.
Can you see mine? Can you see it? I already voted.
All right, so everybody, all right, here we go. Beautify Milpitas, folks. Item 12, I guess. I
guess I didn't do it right.
Mike, are you able to bring up the?
Yes, go ahead and share right now. Mayor, sorry, it was my mistake earlier. I didn't see your vote. Can you go ahead and please vote for item 1, please? Yep, okay, everybody voted, so here you go.
And just to confirm for the public again, this is just an initial poll. And as we get towards the end of this item, the council will look at all the votes again, hear public comment, and decide if they want to change any of their votes.
Can you unblur the screen? It's pretty blurry.
It's blurry.
Yeah.
Is that better?
No. How about everybody else? Can you guys, is yours blurred or is it just mine?
It looks fine to me.
It looks fine.
Mine is not blurry.
Okay, it's just my screen. All right, move on.
It's like Mayor Tran dropped off. He's probably logging back in. I had the same problem a little earlier, so it might be going around.
Mike, can you bring the presentation back up? Next slide. We'll wait for Mayor Tran to rejoin.
Must have been the PG&E presentation. His power dropped just enough to kick him off.
For the restroom. Real quick.
He'll be right back with us.
Wait, so if Mayor Tran and the vice mayor is off screen, then who's the acting mayor?
Seniority, that would be you.
That'll be you.
I don't like this job. Anybody else want to take over?
Well, we do have an option if the vice mayor wanted us to proceed with the next item. Your volumes, your audio is off, Vice Mayor.
Okay, yeah.
Just
we
staff can
move on.
just go ahead and present the next
Please.
piece of this.
Okay, good evening, Vice Mayor and Council. Adam Marcus, Housing Manager with the Building Safety and Housing Department. As you may recall, this item is about removing the affordable housing in lieu fee option out of the affordable housing ordinance. The intention of the policy is to speed up the delivery of affordable housing in Milpitas. If implemented, this policy could create more moderate income units or condo units, but it would not create additional low or very low income units because the AHO, or the Affordable Housing Ordinance, does not require that level of affordability for ownership developments. While the city's Affordable Housing Ordinance is relatively young, it seems to be performing as intended. Since it took effect in July of 2018, residential projects are meeting their housing obligations largely by incorporating affordable units on site within the development. To date, 5 entitled projects, 3 ownership and 2 rental, are planning to build units on site, and we have a 6th project in the early phases that has submitted an application that is also intending to provide units on site. In terms of the cost to move forward with this item, it would be approximately $15,000 in both staff and city attorney time, and that would be to gather input from stakeholders, analyze best practices, look at trends in terms of development, prepare reports for the public hearings. Staff is already working on administrative guidelines and minor changes to the ordinance to be brought forward together later this year. So it would be fairly easy to fold that into that effort. It is also important to note that in lieu fees can provide flexibility in 2 important ways. First, they can fund housing programs and services, such as, for example, the $200,000 that the city set aside for the Milpitas rent relief program last year, which was allocated to, which was used to help keep 254 Milpitians housed. And secondly, it can also make lower income rental projects more competitive for state tax credit funding when there's local funding included. If the council directs staff to move forward, the city may wish to clarify if they're willing to explore other options to discourage rental and ownership developers from requesting to pay in lieu fees. For example, the city could strengthen the city council's findings that are required to approve an in lieu fee request. That is something that other cities in the county have done. The city could decide to allow sometimes when there's a partial unit, rather than rounding up or rounding down, other cities have just charged a fee for those partial units. And so there's different ways you can go with this. In terms of fiscal impact, as I mentioned, there's really no additional resources or nominal resources would be needed to do what is proposed. However, things like increasing fees would probably require additional cost and consultant scopes as well. Sharon and I are here to answer any questions you have. Thank you.
And Vice Mayor Montano and Council, just to add a little bit to the discussion of what Adam presented. From the city attorney's perspective, what we would do is look at this from a risk assessment. Although there is case law that basically affirmatively states that, yes, it is within a city's police powers to essentially demand affordable units from a for sale condo type development. And all of the ordinances that have been challenged, they all allowed for additional kind of options to comply rather than just providing the units. Now, the courts in all of those cases didn't necessarily rely on that fact, but again, this would just be something that is a little, I would say, out of the ordinary in terms of what cities are doing. And so if we do want to go in this direction, we would just do a risk assessment for the council to understand if there's any risk associated with this. One option the council could talk about tonight, though, and direct is that second to last bullet point on your screen, which does talk about, strengthening the options in a way that might reduce the number of developers that want to pay the in lieu fee. So something to consider, but definitely something we think the council could do as a whole. We would just want to spend some time looking at the overall risk and what other cities are doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. So I'm going to go to the author of this item, Councilmember Chua.
Yes.
I want to hear your thoughts on this.
Well, like I said, I want the full amendment of the housing ordinance to not give the developers an option to pay fees. They have to develop 15% for affordable housing. Just today at the CNBC, they mentioned that there are not enough houses for sale. The houses are being, bought right away, even before they get on the market. As you can see, that means there's more stress in the affordable housing. So we need to do something, and we need to do it now, and we need to do it through this amendment.
Thank you. Is that the end of your comments? Are those end of your comments?
Yes. I'll
Okay.
answer any questions if there's any.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, I do see that this is all about the law of supply and demand. There's not enough housing affordable. There's not enough affordable housing for sale, and that's the issue here with your to get rid of the in lieu fees. So that way the developer can perhaps they will be forced to have that affordable housing. So any other comments from any of my council members? Oh, the mayor's here. Mayor, you want to take over?
Oh, no, I don't.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I know you got my back, Vice Mayor. Thank you so much. You mean so much. Thank you so much. Now I had my power flickered off and on, and it was enough to kind of depower my internet router. So it took a little bit of time, but I am back. So yeah, I really like this particular item, and I'll be supporting it. And let's hear from our colleagues. Next up, Councilmember Fenn.
Have any other cities done this?
I can respond. Thank you, Council Member. We did a survey of all the cities in Santa Clara County in partnership with the Cities Association and their planning collaborative. And we looked at this, and of all the cities that do have inclusionary housing ordinances, only one, which is Campbell, allows, or I should say, doesn't allow in lieu fees for multifamily housing developments. All of the other ones do, but they have varying levels of kind of criteria or findings that you have to provide in order to get council approval. I think Mountain View probably had one of the strongest or highest bars, so to speak, to get over in order to get council approval.
When was Campbell's provisions in effect?
I don't know how long they've had their ordinance. And I don't know how much multifamily development they get. But I could follow up on that for you if you like.
Sure, no worries. And also how Campbell compares to other cities in terms of RENA numbers, as well as production goals.
Off the top of my head, I don't know. I would guess we probably have a slightly higher RENA number, but I would probably want to double check that.
I think I saw similar figures. But yeah, like when I assume this conversation is going to come back. So if you could have that information, as well as market considerations, the production over time, and as it relates to the market, and cost of construction as well.
Great, fantastic. Okay, looks like we'll go to the digital vote. Okay, great. And then we'll move on to the next item 12.3. And I suspect we're going to see the final votes at the end, so that's great. Okay, COVID-19 testing and vaccine distribution plan.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, City staff, and members of the Milpitas community. Rick Frawley, Deputy Fire Chief with your fire department. And I'd ask for the next slide from IS. So good evening again. In support of the efforts of the Santa Clara County Public Health Department to distribute the COVID-19 vaccinations, the City of Milpitas has developed a COVID-19 vaccination plan that would assist in vaccination administration to the Milpitas community. As we're all aware, this is a critical item that we've been focusing on as a region and as a county to increase access to COVID-19 vaccinations for residents of all communities, but specifically in support of the Milpitas community. This plan is contingent upon approvals and support from Santa Clara County Public Health. Conversations are ongoing to receive these approvals, and we work in collaboration and support of the efforts that have been going on at both local vaccination facilities that have been coordinated through Recreation and Community Services, as well as at the county fairgrounds. The plan would require the reassignment of 4 fire personnel from fire operations to special duty. So from shift work to working a 40-hour work week in support of a vaccination unit. A key element of the plan would be to assist with distribution to underserved members of our community. As has been identified both at the state level and at the county level, and within our own community conversations, we want to make sure that we have vaccine equity and that we have access to those underserved populations within our jurisdiction. Support staff from Recreation and Community Services would be part of this initiative. We'd be working in collaboration with the City Manager's Office, as well as all of the departments within the city to support our initiatives as a team. It's one collaboration. Upfront funding in the amount of $300,000 would be required from the unanticipated expenditure reserve. This would be expected to be fully reimbursed through the FEMA reimbursement process. That $300,000 would equate to the staffing costs for having 4 personnel assigned to the mobile vaccine unit for approximately 3 months. And that's part of the initial plan that we built together as we go down this journey. What we're bringing forth to council tonight is the concept of the plan. It's an update in terms of the information in terms of what the city has been doing and what your fire department's been doing to support COVID-19 vaccinations. I'm open to any questions if there needs to be any clarity in terms of where we are in our planning process. And end of report.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chief Frawley. This is an item that is very fluid or volatile in terms of the pandemic's daily volatility. And so where are we in terms of what we're trying to propose as these services of testing and vaccination, and in light of obviously all the changes in our just really the public health sphere of where would this fit in Milpitas as we march along forward here in the days ahead?
Well, Mr. Mayor, you hit it on the head when you talked about the volatility and the changes that we're seeing on a daily basis. There's several factors that are key to this. The first being the increasing levels of access authorized through the state and the county for the different tiers of vaccinations. And we're seeing increasing numbers and increasing criteria for the tiers of vaccination. And that's a positive. That's also coupled with the challenges of supply and making sure that the vaccine clinics that have opened up here in Santa Clara County and our neighboring counties continue to receive the supply for both first and second doses, as well as for the one-shot Johnson & Johnson vaccine. So those two issues continue to develop day in and day out. We also have considerations from the state through the Blue Shield independent supporting system for vaccinations. And that is still those conversations are still taking place with Santa Clara County Public Health relative to where that collaboration is going to take place. So our vision is to receive authorization and to support the efforts of Santa Clara County Public Health in our community. And to answer your question specifically, these resources, these fire department resources with support of the other departments within the city would be functioning as an outreach mechanism specifically for the underserved and those that have vaccine access challenges within our community. And that's the goal of this team, would be to address those needs, understanding that that's definitely a challenge within the community.
Understood, loud and clear. No, that's great. I'm definitely going to be in support of this one here. And so let me go to my colleagues, Councilmember Fan.
Does it have to be Blue Shield? Is that something that we finalized?
Blue Shield was selected by the state, and the conversations that are taking place between Santa Clara County and Blue Shield are ongoing relative to some of the MOUs and the requirements that are part of the agreements that are between the county and the state relative to Blue Shield. So it's not a piece that we specifically have any control over. We want to be good partners with any entity that can help to increase the vaccine access within our community, while being mindful that we're supporting best practice.
I'm not sure if something has changed since then, but I recall reading about how Santa Clara County is opting to not take part in the state's partnership with Blue Shield.
Councilmember Pham, you're definitely correct. The county is definitely in an ongoing conversation with Blue Shield and with the state, and definitely charting a robust course that they've been on for the last couple of months. We've been very fortunate to partner with the county, both in our successful mobile testing unit that we had running for several months, but also more recently with a vaccination clinic that's been set up at the Santa Clara County Fairgrounds that has grown and has developed and has flourished. And we're looking to leverage that partnership with the county to make sure that we can bring that same resource and that same skill set to our community as we strengthen the relationship and we strengthen the partnership.
Certainly. Well, I do feel the need to iterate, I guess, or rather reiterate the county's concerns about Blue Shield. So I would hope that we would follow the course of the county as it relates to this distribution process.
Okay, great. Next up, we have Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Thank you so much to our staff for putting this together. I just want to say how much this means to our community, particularly in the census tracts that show numbers that they have not been able to get access to vaccines because of transportation. And transportation issues go far more than just standing in line and being able to get to the site. For working class families in particular, families, and I want to share these stories because they're so important for our community. Stories of healthcare practitioners who are working the front lines, particularly in our Filipino, Latino, and African American communities who have been devastated. This is lives, and I only get a little choked up about it because it's definitely impacting our community in a way that we have never seen. And I definitely want to applaud the efforts of our staff for putting this together. And I definitely want to just ask the census tracts, these census tracts that we all belong in one zip code. But I was wondering if you have any data, recent data on the census tracts that have been in yellow, which are these, what many are referring to as hotspots. And if maybe you could share if just the plan, I'm sure that I just want to confirm that those areas will be part of the distribution for underserved members of our community. And maybe if you could just share a little bit more of what underserved means for those who are watching us, if you may, Chief.
Well, it is definitely a challenge trying to navigate through, what that looks like for our community in particular, because we definitely get information that indicates that that we're seeing challenges, and it's coming from media reports and then from reports we receive from staff, and that's part of the process that we're looking to develop with the county as they further refine their process, and making sure that we can be the gatekeeper, if you will, to support making sure that we have a plan and a process that's going to address that need. Part of the plan that we developed that we've been coordinating with staff will have what's known as an agency representative or an AREP, and that fire captain will be assigned to the vaccine team with the county to help build that process. So that's a big part of that's one of the trigger points for implementing the plan when hopefully it gets approved by the county as we kind of navigate through that conversation and collaboration with the county.
Perfect. Thank you so much for that answer. I definitely applaud your team for what they've been doing and what they're doing. Another thing that I would just suggest in the distribution plan as we move forward is working with our faith-based community. I know that St. Elizabeth's has been targeted deeply by the lack of accessibility and transportation. And so we could, if I could kindly just ask if we could please work very closely with our faith-based communities, and starting off when we hope we get some, vaccines, and I echo some of the sentiments of Councilmember Fan regarding Blue Shields, and I trust that the county is doing everything in their power to make sure that those vaccines start distributing over. My other question would briefly was in regards to some of the contingency upfront funding. I did see somewhere that would we be able to, so I saw somewhere that it might require hiring of part-time staff. Would we be able to also look into, I know there is a couple of doctors and dentists in Milpitas who have said that they've been trained, they're going through the training process. Would that be what we would be able to maximize that bandwidth for them to collaborate with you guys? Would that be something that we could explore? So
it's definitely worth. I believe it's definitely worth exploring all options and bringing all information into the conversation to try and tie in any supporting elements from the community. Whether it be faith-based or whether it be medical professionals that we have within our community that can help support the plan. So your short answer is yes. I think anything is possible in the plan consideration and plan development, and no issue should not be considered.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate this, and thank you. I yield my time.
Okay, great. If there's no further virtual raised hands, please put your digital, vote in, and then the results we'll see, as mentioned earlier, later on. So we'll move on here to the next item. Deputy Chief Raleigh, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, great. And we'll go IS here. We'll move forward on the next slide. Okay. And we're talking about the Main Street Revitalization and impact fees. Here's a good one. We'll check in with our Vice Mayor, Carmen Montano.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, as everyone knows, I had requested this. I think it's having an EDC is very important, and I had the city clerk send everyone a info memo on this. I'm sure you all seen it, and that details all the topics of what I would like to see on Main Street and how the EDC works together. And I also have a couple of slides that I like to share, and I don't know whenever the time is, I can share that as well.
I think that for the best interest of time, we can stick to the presentation. And if there's deepest questions, then maybe those slides could be applicable. But I do want to be mindful of the time. And I think that this is a great idea that is very likely to succeed. And so, Vice Mayor, if you want to take any questions from your colleagues, I'll look for any virtual raised hands. If anybody has any comments, requests. If not, I'm going to go push for the digital vote on this one. Okay, I do see a virtual raised hand. Council member Dominguez.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I'm going to try to pull up that info memo. I did have a couple of questions that I noted on there. All right, here it is. So one of my questions was, has funding been identified for this proposal?
What was your question again? I didn't hear you.
Has funding been identified for this proposal?
Yeah, that it was on the one that staff sent. There was a, I don't have that in front of me because it's on the computer online on our staff agenda.
Go to our Deputy City Manager, Walter, in terms of the funding. Walter?
So typically for an impact fees, in order to assess the impact fees, as part of the process, you identify the spending priorities so you can save up those funds over the years and then spend on infrastructure, whatever the impact fees is, whatever state law allows.
Okay.
I think that's your question, correct, Council Member?
Right.
Not really. And I'll tell you where I'm concerned. I'm concerned that we're post-COVID and I just don't see how our infrastructure as a government is going to be able to support an economic development corporation. The way that I have seen economic development corporations design, it takes more than 3 staff members. Moving forward, currently already have a 501c3. So the purpose that's defined in the info memo would be reductive to something that we already have established. And so asking us to invest about $60,000 between our city attorney and consulting fees for me is a waste of money because it's already there. So if we had a corporation that wanted to come and invest in Milpitas, they could already do that. We don't have to invest $60,000. So maybe Vice Mayor, if you could just help me understand what would be the difference between what we have and what you want to move forward with this cost of $60,000? What would that accomplish? That's
who are you addressing?
You're
you're addressing me or the city staff?
The maker of the motion. So this is your item.
That's correct? Me. Yeah. So you mentioned that we already have one. We do have one that was just formed with the Parks and Recs Department. Is that the one you're referring to?
No, there's it says it on the slide before us that an EDC was established.
Yeah. Okay, that's the one that we already have, and so we don't have to reinvent the wheel. Everything is there, the bylaws, and Chris can I thought he was going to send you all that information of all the bylaws, all the details, but I guess that comes next, depending if we vote for a yes or no on it. If we vote a yes on it, then I guess that comes next. But everything is in there, the bylaws, and the city council would be the board of directors. And the whole purpose of this agency is to raise funds for community benefits. I would like to first see it as a Main Street, as part of the Main Street revitalization project. That's my first and foremost goal. And then from there, but putting the money in the pot is, if you will, it's going to come from the private sector, us, fundraising, asking people to put money in there, and it'll be for different causes. For example, I'd like to see the businesses have facades in the front of their buildings, different things that the council wishes to use. That'll be in the future. But I think that this is a good project, initiative. It's already there, and it can do a lot of good for the community. So it'll, as I mentioned, it'll support local businesses in key areas such as Main Street, which I would like to target. It would also provide, have the private sector serve as an opportunity to serve our citizens in economic development, and also collaboration. So I really feel that this is really important for our city. And if for some reason it does not work, then we always have that opportunity to dissolve it. But I would really like to see this move forward. And I think it's an opportunity to do some good things for economic development in our city.
I hear you, Vice Mayor. But I feel that, like you already said, we already have this. We should not have to invest $60,000 in the middle of a pandemic when we are not in a position of spending extra money. I understand the COVID recovery, and I actually think that there's different so it could definitely build a vibrant Main Street, which I think is something that we all want. But if it's something that I take much pride in, is making sure that we hold on to those tax dollars, and that we're investing that tax dollar, not only investing it, but maximizing it, especially after we have just asked our taxpayers to support a ballot measure in our last ballot. And so for me, I just feel that I don't have enough information to solidify why we need to spend $60,000 in consulting fees. That just doesn't, it doesn't, your info memo, I think maybe if you bring that back and you add more meat to that info memo, of, like the 5 W's, who, what, when, where, and how, that would be a little bit more, would bring everything together. And, as one of the things that I've learned, I always want to try to get to yes. But I also abstain when I don't have this information. And so I just still feel that information, there's a couple W's that are missing in that info memo. And so at this point, to spend $40,000 in consulting fees for something that we already have is just not justifiable for me to spend that taxpayer money. At many times you have to spend taxpayer money, like if it's our own money, and $60,000 to just see if it works is hard for me. As much as I want to support it, as much as I see the vision, I think there's other ways to do it. And because of that reason, I am going to abstain.
Okay, yeah,
Thank you very much. I appreciate each person's position. I always respect, but the council majority will make a decision on this item, as with every single item, every single meeting. And so we'll respect the majority council's decision. I will be supporting this. Every great city has an EDC, and it's an investment into our community. The costs are there, the fiscal impact is there, but let us take a look at some of our revenues. You know, our hotel taxes are down significantly, I think 75%. But I really do think that travel will pick up as we move forward. Vaccinations are a resounding success. It's just a matter of time before folks get vaccinated. I just look at the council. I want to say a majority of the council is vaccinated. And that's just a clear signal to the future. I think our sales tax is down to like 24 million annually. Look at Walter. Walter's like the college professor. I'm just waiting for him to correct me here. But yeah, I think sales tax is down 24 million expected or so. But we did raise the sales tax with the support of the Milpitas family. So that number is really going to shoot up, I believe. I think movie theaters are back open now. Folks are buying popcorn. And we also do have federal funding, the stimulus from the American Rescue Plan, which is $16.9 million. And those funds are used for purposes like the EDC, in my opinion. This is to invest into our city, our economic development. It's not money that just is going to be spent on fireworks and cotton candy. No, this is a serious money that will be really leading the revitalization of Main Street once and for all, as well as citywide economic development. With the update of our general plan last Tuesday, we are primed for economic development. And the EDC functions in real estate as well. If you take a look at case studies in New York City, where I resided for a few years, the EDC was instrumental in bringing real estate development, economic development. And with the general plan, the EDC is coming in at the perfect time so that we can get more investment dollars into our city, which is located at the crossroads of Silicon Valley. So $40,000 in consultant costs is a very nominal fee to pay for the opportunities that this item can bring. But that'll be all I got to say. I want to keep going down the line here. Councilmember Finn.
Thank you. Alex, did we ever stop having an EDC status?
I don't believe so. This action would restart it or reestablish it. However, it was established, as you see on the screen, it was established almost 10 years ago, and it's essentially been laying dormant. And so, as the vice mayor has indicated, it would, in effect, do various things related to economic development, but we as a city and organization have not used it. It's a nonprofit organization, so it has to make sure that it proceeds with a public and common good or charitable purpose.
Mayor Tran and Councilmember Fan and Vice Mayor Montano, to your point, I'm happy to answer any questions about the legal documents themselves. But Vice Mayor Montano, you did a good job explaining the current state of the EDC, so thank you.
What was the mission statement when it was originally formed?
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Fan. So again, it was established over 10 years ago, and it was established to foster economic development and to eliminate blight through public and private partnerships. But specifically, as I mentioned, the EDC was formed to assist the former redevelopment agency in performing various programs and projects to achieve required charitable purposes as a nonprofit. So that could include economic development, it could include affordable housing, community events, various improvements to what would have been defined as an economic and physically blighted project area.
And all of that is included in the mission statement?
Well, there are various documents that include a resolution, articles of incorporation, and the bylaws.
I just want to make sure that revenues that are raised, because I'm assuming that that's the purpose of a EDC, to raise revenue. That the revenues raised are being used for its intended purpose. And it feels like it's in its name, like economic development. You know, it's not economic development and miscellaneous things corporation. It's economic development corporation. It's not raising revenue and giving it out, you know, as its purpose. It's to raise revenue. So I want to make sure that, you know, that we're mindful of that we're not actually going off on a tangent in terms of what you can actually do as a economic development corporation. I want to make sure that we understand very clearly that it's a status, that whenever we do anything, it's really utilizing that status to do something. It's not a special program, you know, that we're going to be able to do all these things. It's really just a status for us to agendize it as. But we have always really had this authority to participate in public-private partnerships. How we choose to raise revenue, we can be creative with, and how we, well, I don't want to restrict my sentiments to just raising revenue. I do want to make a note that, you know, you can use it to generate revenue. There's a difference between raising revenue and generating revenue. To have a model for us to continue to sustain and generate that revenue. And that's what I want to make sure that this conversation, you know, is focused on. But it's, you know, I understand why it would cost that much, that why it would cost $40,000 in consultant costs. That's probably not enough for how much it would actually cost. But I can't in good conscience actually support that right now. Because looking at this fiscal year, you know, I think we were all in agreement when, you know, we mentioned that we have to be frugal, especially when we're considering potential layoffs. And then to, at the same time, you know, spend on additional staffing. It's hard to justify that for me. So those are my reservations.
Thank you very much. Next up with the virtual raised hand, Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Point of clarification. So I was reviewing the info memo, and which usually an info memo is an attachment to what we have at hand to vote on, and it doesn't match. So the info memo has way different instructions and direction than what's in front of me. So that's really concerning to me, one. Two, I want to clarify, staff, could you please help me understand the total cost? Because now when I read it more in depth, it's more than $40,000. So could you please confirm the total cost for making the EDC, pushing this forward?
Yeah. Yeah, so my apologies, I didn't give a chance to give you the presentation, but part of the information that would have been shared included doing due diligence and contacting 3 different entities for best practices to figure out what is the cost for administration and operations. And just to give you a sense, the Bay Area only has 2 economic development corporations. There's one in San Pablo and one in Gilroy. The San Pablo Economic Development Corporation actually has 6 full-time individuals, 6 full-time positions, whereas the Gilroy Economic Development Corporation right now is being administered through the Chamber of Commerce, and they have 2 full-time FTEs. What we believe would be required in order to restart the EDC would be 1 full-time equivalent position within the Office of Economic Development. And in order to be successful, we've estimated a cost of $145,000, which includes salary and benefits on an annual basis. We have been in conversations with the City Attorney's Office and believe that we could utilize their services of up to $20,000 per year for various legal matters. And so you're absolutely right, Councilmember Dominguez. The $40,000 is only basically a set aside if we want, or rather if the City Council decides to move forward and expedite restarting the EDC. So you'd have to take into consideration the $145,000 plus the $20,000, and then on an annual basis, plus a one-time $40,000 in consultant costs. Or if it moves forward, the 1 FTE would be able to develop a 5-year strategic plan with these various items on the screen in order to move forward.
So that's a total cost of $205,000 as we're getting ready to move into another agenda item that talks about slashing positions. And when we just moved from an item of investing $300,000 to vaccines, which are life-saving commodities right now. So I think that we all agreed that we were going to be frugal and we were going to leave our personal political agendas to the side. This is just, for me, as one member, if I was not a member, I would be really concerned. Why are we having this discussion in the middle of a pandemic to spend $205,000 instead of investing it in economic recovery, impacting our health impact, making sure that equity is being addressed? We do not even have an equity plan in place yet, but yet we're looking to spend $205,000 on establishing something that is already there for us to use. And in fact, the info memo is not matching much of any of what's in front of me. The info memo has a different vision. So I just want to clarify, would the Economic Development Corporation be in place, Vice Mayor Montano, to support the development that you have placed in the info memo?
Councilmember Dominguez, yes, I agree that the information that the staff has provided does not match with what my vision is. I do not envision us spending $20,000 on attorney fees. My vision was to have have the city attorney do pro bono. I did not envision to have a full-time economic staff. I wanted to have just an intern, volunteers. So in the initial phases, I'd like to have just us being a fundraising, just like putting money in a pot, and just, it'll probably take a while, maybe a year, maybe 2, but that's the initial phase. And then what I'd like to do is, when that money does start pouring in a side with some other community donations, to start a movement to revitalize Main Street. That's the whole goal. And that's what the Economic Development Corporation is. That's their whole focus, is to improve economic development for businesses in that, specifically in that Main Street, because that was one of the hardest hits during COVID. So that's what I envisioned there. So yeah, you're right. It doesn't match what the city had. This is what they're envisioning. That was not my vision of hiring a full-time employee. and then paying, legal costs. So there you have it.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Something I have learned from our mayor is how important memos are and how important info memos are. And this is a lesson that I've learned from Mayor Rich Tran as I perfect that skill, is that what's before us is what we're going to be voting on. But now the maker of the motion is saying that that's not what you wanted. So
No.
I completely now can't support it. It's one, not what the motion of the maker wants. It's not the info memo. I think as council members, when we draft the info memos, we all work very differently, and I want to be very respectful. I don't even want to move in that direction, Vice Mayor. I don't want to be disrespectful in any way, shape, or form, because we all worked very differently. Again, I try to get yes, right? So one of the suggestions that might be helpful is working with staff, so you could bring back a memo that has something that's married and that has meat and content that is going to match what we want moving forward. And it just sounds at this point that this isn't even what you want moving forward. So I want to support something that you want and that you're passionate about and that we're going to be able to execute, because we all have a passion for having a vibrant place. And I do believe that there is a way of doing this without our own money that we have to invest in. But right now, just moving from that number of 300,000 to invest in vaccines, that's comparable to this 205 number that's before me, because that's what we're going to vote on. It's hard for me to be able to support this because the facts are not all there, and the metrics, I can't even see what the metrics will be like. So I think that the public-private partnership, the ability for us to do that is there. We don't need to reinvent it. It's already there.
Yeah, it's there. Mm-hmm.
Right? So we don't need to, I think we could just bring it back and put some more meat into it of what it could become without us spending so much money into it. I'm looking at other avenues to explore how we could revitalize Main Street, and maybe even some of the effort ideas that you and I sat on that subcommittee. I mean, you had some great ideas that I think there's going to be these funding streams coming through that we could adopt. So with that, I feel a lot better. I understand what's happening here, but unfortunately, because this isn't even the intentions of the person that put the motion together, I can't.
No, I agree. If whatever, you have your opinion, but I still feel that we need an economic development corporation so we can start bringing in that funding stream. This does not mean that I'm going to be following what staff have put in place. I want to create an economic development corporation so that we can have the opportunity in the future to start having a funding stream. What staff has put together, that is what they're looking at the other two EDCs. I do not want a huge six staffs EDC. Theirs is totally different. This is just a vehicle to fundraise, and that's what I want. And I'd like to hear from my other colleagues.
Vice Mayor, I will speak. So I want to defer this item to the next regular city council meeting. It sounds like there could be some time spent between yourself and the city manager to ensure that the bullet points line up with your vision as you are the maker of the motion. So I will be deferring this item to the next regular city council meeting for further consideration. And so the EDC and the Main Street revitalization, those are handcuffed, right? Those are.
Well, that's what I wanted, the EDC, so we could start
okay, great. So thank you.
Revitalizing Main Street.
All right, so let's move on to the next item here. And that EDC has been deferred to the next.
I would like to hear from all my colleagues.
Well, do you want to vote on it tonight, or do you want to vote on it at the?
Yeah, I would like to vote on it because what staff has presented is not. Yeah. It's not 100%.
I think that's why you may need to go back with them. If you want to vote on it tonight, I'm going to vote yes on what has staff presented here on this slide. I do feel this is a significant investment into our city.
Yeah, okay.
I am
Well,
okay
let's,
with this slide. I understand the power of an EDC, and we don't need to just look at San Pablo or Gilroy.
yeah, we don't. That's
We think bigger. I mean, we think statewide, we think nationally, we think internationally, we think globally. That's how we're doing business here in town. And if we're just thinking about San Pablo and Gilroy, then we're not thinking big enough. Respect to those places. I love San Pablo Reservoir. So here's the thing. If you want to vote on it tonight, we can, but
I'm going to take your recommendation and just defer it for the next meeting.
Okay, great. All right, let's move on to the next one. And we'll vote on it in the next meeting.
Yeah, we'll get it right with staff.
Yeah, we'll get it right. We'll vote on it. It'll be good. Next, let's keep going here. I think we already looked at Main Street, right? Or is this the next one?
So slightly different if you want to.
We already talked about Main Street, right? We don't need that, right?
Wait, no, we haven't talked about Main Street.
Okay, let's go back. It's different. It's separate. It's not handcuffed.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Welcome. We have Ned Thomas, our Director of Planning. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. Good evening, Vice Mayor Montano members. Happy to be with you again tonight. I'll go through this really quickly. It is related to the previous item, and I would like to tell you what we are doing currently in relation to Main Street revitalization. Of course, this is directly related to the forthcoming Midtown Specific Plan update. And as you're all aware, we'll be doing to the Midtown Specific Plan update similar to doing with the TASP update, which has now become the Metro Plan. So I'm happy to report that the request for proposals for updating the Midtown Plan went out last week, and it's currently circulating. We expect to interview and select a consultant for that plan in April-May timeframe, include the contract in June, and then officially kick off the project in July. So as we told you previously, as work was moving, as we completed the adoption of the general plan and along with the Metro Plan, we would be then have capacity to take on another big project. So that will be coming along in July. Now, I know that's not exactly a very immediate time frame. So in the interim, we have done is we have set out to do some early community engagement that will help inform the work that we will then do starting in July on updating the Midtown Plan. And what I mean by the community outreach, we have organized 3, we're calling them community conversations. Each conversation will focus on one topic. The topics we've identified pertaining specifically to Main Street, all of which you've touched upon tonight. Business, we'll talk about in April, housing in May, historic resources, or we'll call it historic celebration in June, and recognize all of those directly related again to Main Street. We will have these conversations will be on the generally on the fourth Thursday of each month, which is available. The conversation will be facilitated by city staff and also professional meeting facilitators from a local group called Catalyze SV. And that works now. We'll be advertising those publicly soon, but we wanted to preview that to the council. And again, that is initial public outreach that will be used to inform the date of the Midtown Plan, but this will be focused specifically on Main Street. You may recall more than a year ago when staff last presented to the council about our update to the Midtown Plan, framework for updating that plan will be 3 focus areas, one on Main Street, one on the Calaveras corridor, and then one over on the gateway city on the Interstate 80. And we can do that in phases. And so one thought was to move quickly on Main Street was to have the first phase of the update of that plan focus Main Street. So again, all of that is tied to revitalization as well as some of these other topics that I've covered. And then what we will need over the next little bit is some input from the council on the scope and the time of that plan work effort. And then whether or not you want staff to pursue the business improvement district, which was another idea I believe was initially put forward by the vice mayor. And if you have some additional questions on that, then Alex Andrade, our economic development director, is also here to talk about the additional funding that be needed for that type of an assessment study. But I'm happy to say that the money for the main plan, the specific plan, is already programmed into the CIP.
and we're ready to move forward as soon as we are able to select our consultant.
Thank you, Ned. We'll go to the Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. So this is great, Ned. Thank you for that presentation. So what I had envisioned here is to revitalize Old Town Main Street by bringing in economic vitality to the area and preserving our heritage. And when we preserve our heritage, we're also thinking about hopefully in the future put a museum and start supporting our businesses in the area. And it could be a destination where the community can buy, be entertained, and enjoy the ambiance of the Old Town Main Street. And it'll be right next to the transit area, so it works great. I'm also envisioning just the radius of Maryland and Corning Street, because that's where most of our historic heritage is. Still maintains a lot of the historic integrity. So what I'm envisioning a streetscape features that, plant new trees where there's none, add permanent white solar light fixtures on the trees, have some weather speaker music boxes, so as people are walking, they could be hearing some music, and the Old Town lighting post. And especially during Christmas, I would love to see decorations of Christmas and have a winter in the winter wonderland theme, and perhaps rent a ice rink for the community. And there's plenty of parking there. So I'd like to see this. I'd like to see us revitalize Old Town Main Street. I think it'll be a big plus for our city. And I also had some pictures, just to let the council see what we are envisioning. If you could put some of those slides on board so they can see. Mike, are you there? So on these lamp posts, you have the Christmas decorations, and in that I don't really think that's going to take a lot of money for us to start revitalizing. Have Christmas on Main Street. That would be the theme. And so anyway, that's what I'm envisioning on Old Town Main Street. We start having some Christmas on Main Street. So I think there's a lot of potential there for economic development. Thank you. Done with that.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. I am in support of the Main Street revitalization and impact fees. But some of those nice things that you're bringing up right now, it's not really on the slide at all. And so I would look to defer this item to the next meeting so that you can meet with our city manager to ensure that your visions, which I love, are captured. They're just not here on the slide, and pictures is not a strong position to have right now. So
okay, that's fine.
Go ahead and defer this to the next meeting. Yeah. I just really want to make sure that your vision is aligned, your proposal is aligned with what we see before us.
Right.
But that aspect of Main Street isn't here on the slide. So I look forward to you bringing this back at the next meeting. I do see virtual raised hands for Main Street, but I did just defer it to the next meeting. And I would love to continue the conversation at the next meeting for Main Street, as there will be no decisions on it tonight.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
I would like to make some comments since my hand was raised before the motion was taking place.
There has been no motion.
Who wrote the memo for this?
I did.
So you wrote a memo that doesn't match what's on the screen.
Well, see, that's where we need to meet. Staff and I should have met with this.
Right. So that'll be between
and we're gonna be bringing this back.
Right, that'll be between the vice mayor and the city manager.
Yeah.
And so we'll leave it at that.
Absolutely.
Let's move on.
Just because I think that, again, you asked me to write memos. And so now I'm really confused at what your definition of writing a memo is, because how did this idea get through for, again, it's equity on the council. We wasted about 30 minutes of council time and taxpayers' time. And it's not staff's issue, it's the council. And in this particular case, it was the vice mayor. So I want it to be very clear that it had nothing to do with staff. Staff did not have the responsibility to follow through on this memo because it's not their responsibility. This wasn't an item that got brought up through staff. It was an item that got brought up through a member on this council. So I want to be very clear that I do not believe that staff had any faults in what we saw tonight. Clearly there was an info memo and it's available as an attachment for the public to see that did not match.
So
that's all.
Let's move on if we may.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, there's really no,
Yeah, please.
no, there really nothing left here.
Because I was just sharing the details. That's all.
I have made the recommendation for this council, elected official and our city manager to meet. Clearly, there needs to be some work, so that's fine. Here's the thing, folks. We're not going to get it perfect every time. I've been here several years, and so if something's not right, defer it to the next meeting. If something needs more time, defer it to the next meeting. That happens time and time again. So for it to happen tonight is common. We're not going to always get the ball into the corner or the side pocket. So I don't fault any of my colleagues for not having a perfect policy. If there needs to be a memo, then write a memo. If there is a memo, then I don't expect for it to be 100% English paper. If folks need to take the draft back and work on it and submit it again, then that's fine. Each of us has an opportunity here to do our best, and I accept everybody for that. All right, moving on here to mayor and council member term limits. Vice Mayor, was this one yours?
Yes, it was. So,
Great.
Mayor Tran,
Yes, Ashwini.
would you like me to provide some information or you want to go into?
You know what? Yes, Ashwini, please.
Okay, I'll be brief. I know it's pretty late. So as you know, our Milpitas Municipal Code defines how many terms, so 3 consecutive 2-year terms for mayor and 3 consecutive 4-year terms for council members. And then there's some language about mayors running for council members and vice versa, and then that can be 4 consecutive terms. And after the expiration of 2 years, people can run again for a mayor or council member. And so what we have done is we've provided some information about mayor and council member term limits for other Santa Clara County cities. Those are included for your reference. Of the 15 cities in the county, 6 cities, including Milpitas, have mayors that are directly elected, while the remaining cities just do rotating mayors. And then 5 out of the 6 cities have 4-year mayoral terms. Morgan Hill has a 2-year term, similar to Milpitas, but they do not have term limits. And all 15 cities have 4-year council member terms, and the term limits vary. Some have no term limit. Most cities have a limit of 2 consecutive terms. And so if you desire to change the current term limits, it will need to be placed on the ballot at a general election. Earliest would be November of 2022. In terms of work effort, we would need to provide documentation for council consideration, because council would need to approve placing it on the ballot. And the funding that we've estimated for the ballot measure, this is based very roughly on the cost we've received from the Registrar of Voters, and it's $70,000, and that would be in the fiscal year 2022-23 budget. If you did want to gauge public opinion, if you were thinking of different options, polling costs would be about $40,000 in fiscal year's budget. And so today we're really looking for direction on what you would like us to consider, because this was a very briefly discussed item. So we're just providing some information and hoping to get more direction on this. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I remember when I first was elected, I kind of just said a lot of different things. And one of the things I said to the paper back when the Milpitas Post was around, and there was a full-time reporter, and they had op-eds from the editor. They had letters writing in from residents. It was a whole nother world. But one of the things I said was I thought our city government could be better if we had term limits, and also if we adjusted the mayor term to match with the city council member term of 4 years. I really do think that's really a better government. Furthermore, I think there's more I want to add to this is I want to make an amendment to get rid of the at-large mayor seat entirely. I love other general law cities that just elect their council members, and within their council, they sort of have an internal vote to choose their mayor and vice mayor. I really do think that is the best general law elected format. I would speak personally that being the at-large mayor in a small town is pretty gruesome at times, not just for me, but for my predecessor, for others before. There's a sense of a competition by some. There's just a sense of hierarchy by some, and I hope that we can eliminate that here in the city of Milpitas, so that there is no at-large, and folks can just run for council in the spirit of being on the council. And if the body so does choose, folks could be the mayor or vice mayor. I really see functional councils down in the town of Los Gatos and other places. And so, but if that's an amendment folks don't want to look into, that's fine. I think in the end of the night, it's important to have term limits, a lifetime. And I for one, I think we had a conversation about this among this group, 8 years maximum, mayor or city council. But let's hear it. This is an interesting one. Virtual raised hand. We're going to go with Council Member Chua.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. I too agree. The one that is adamant about is the three consecutive 4-year terms for the council members. I believe that 2 consecutive 4-year terms is enough. That's how I believe. 12 years on the city council, I think is too much. 8 years is good because it gives opportunities for other residents to be part of this process. So that's where I'm going. And I'm open for your suggestion for the at-large one and not at-large mayor seat. So I will listen to more feedback on that one.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. And then to the motion maker, Vice Mayor Montano.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I do agree with, since I'm the one that moved for this, is 8 years is consistent with the majority of the cities in this region. Most council members are there for 8 years. And I too believe that 12 years is just way too long. And it's always good to have new faces, fresh new ideas. So why not? And I do like your recommendation that choosing the council will choose their mayor and a rotating. I think there's the cities that rotate. Yeah. I think that's healthier. It's not so, and then 2 years, a mayor gets in and then they're already thinking about having to run another 2 years. It's just not healthy. I think this is the best way to go. I do like your idea about rotating the mayorship within the city council voting for their mayor. I think it's a good idea. So, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Shared leadership.
Right.
Leadership. Absolutely. Okay, next up, Council Member Dominguez.
Thank you so much, Mayor, for your comment of shared leadership. Just wondering, is it the same concept of the shared leadership vice mayor concept that you had and introduced maybe about a year ago? Because if it is, I definitely don't want to support it, because that type of shared leadership is just a disguise to strip away the soul of those who want to serve through a political process that's embedded into the council. And so your proposal to do that with the mayor is an absolutely, for me, what I've seen, it's disgusting, because we have not been able to move with the shared leadership concept that was introduced maybe about a year ago or so. Because if we really would have been doing shared leadership, we would have had a different vice mayor. And that would have been given to the member on this council who has been here the longest. And it's definitely not me. So if we really want to talk about shared leadership, I want to be very frank with our audience and our Milpitians who are watching us. And I know that it's going to be written in the papers tomorrow, Milpitas be on the Mercury News, saying, what is shared leadership? Is shared leadership just a disguise in a political term to politicize the will of the people? What this council and previous council has done is an easy answer to that question, which is a yes. It's a way to politicize it. Politicize the will of the voters. The will of the voters was very, very strong in opposition to this idea when the vice mayor role conversation came about shared leadership about a year ago. They did not want a rotating mayor. They wanted to be able to elect their mayor. And I don't want to be part of the governing body that's going to politicize and invite more politics into the home of the people, which is City Hall and our chambers. And that is what this amendment is going to do. It's going to cause more chaos. It's going to cause more infighting. It's going to cause more rebuttals, and it's going to cause the division that we have seen for years in Milpitas over the vice mayor title. That will happen with the mayor title if we do a rotating leadership appointment in the disguise of shared leadership. There is nothing sharing about that, I will let you know. It was actually one of the worst experiences of my life on this council. Not because my title was stripped away, but because I saw the will of the people. The will of the people was not being respected. And so I strongly object to a shared leadership concept of the mayor. It becomes very political, very fast. And it's something that we have seen here in the city of Milpitas with the vice mayor role for many years. This is prior to even when my situation came up. So if we wanted to start with a shared rotational leadership model, then we would truly do one with the vice mayor. Who would the rotating model would look like? That person that has been in office the longest should be able to be the next vice mayor. That's what it should look like, because they have the experience to guide that body. What we're proposing with this amendment, in my perspective and my experience on this council, and as an experience transitioning from an ordinary citizen to an elected body, it is very political, it's very conniving, it's very backdoor deals, and it does not have no spirit of shared responsibility in it, other than dividing the council into teams, which is something that I will definitely not support, especially after a pandemic. Now, in terms of the council city term limits, I also believe that I will agree with the sentiments that the 2 years needs to change to 4 years for a mayor. I think that it's too hard for a mayor to be thinking about reelection every single 2 years. It takes the focus away from city governing to elected planning. And so it's very hard for members to do that. So I definitely support moving that term limit to 4 and starting the day of of implementation after. So I definitely think that would be good to match it with also a two-term, 4-year consecutive term for council members. I do believe that it needs to match because it makes it easier for everybody. It eliminates the politicizing on the dais, and it really helps focus on unity, focus on governing, and focusing on moving the city forward versus dividing, establishing teams, and disguising political agendas under terms like shared leadership. And so I do have a question in terms of if it gets supported. It seems like I definitely want to make sure that there's public opinion and that the public has the ability to give us their feedback. That is really important as we are looking at redoing the way that government is done here in our city. So if the term limit is placed on the ballot, the earliest would be November 2022. When would be the implementation date for that if this passed?
We'll go to our Assistant City Manager, Ashwini Kantak.
Thank you, Mayor. I was actually going to ask City Attorney if he wanted to weigh in, or our City Clerk, in terms of when it would be implemented.
Yeah, I'll just add, and our city clerk can add to this, but yes, there is a time period as to when ordinances that are adopted by the voters become effective. Part of that process is obviously waiting for the registrar of voters to provide the total vote count. And then the council needs to take an action by adopting a resolution, which usually occurs in December. And so that would be around that time frame when it would become effective. So you'd have people elected in November. The ordinance would become effective sometime in December. And it would apply essentially moving forward, so to speak.
Okay, perfect. All right, thank you so much. That concludes my statements.
Thank you very much. I just want to really focus on the particular item in building a better city government. I really use models, and one model I really look to is the county government. There are 5 county supervisors. None are elected at large. They all represent their district, but they come to the board as 5 members. And for the 5 members to vote amongst themselves as to who the president is, that really shows a good faith in leadership. And that's really what I want here in Milpitas. Where folks can come together and make a group decision on their leadership. I think that is very profound. I do want to reiterate to our community members that all decisions on this council are made by the majority, and all the votes are on record. And the majority of this council has spoken for 67 years and will continue to do so. And so before I go to my colleague, I do want to say my amendment is to do an 8-year lifetime limit on city council members, meaning 2 4-year terms maximum. And I want to eliminate the at-large mayor. Therefore, every city council member will have 4 years term. And that 2-year mayor term will no longer exist. City council members can, in the future, I hope, vote in public amongst themselves on who they would like to be their mayor or vice mayor. The reorganization that happens in Los Altos and Los Gatos and Saratoga and I think Southern County cities are largely very successful. And so I really appreciate the reorganizations every year and seeing other folks become the mayor in their city. And it really creates more opportunity. Instead of a 4-year span of one mayor, you could have a 4-year span of up to 4 different mayors. And I think that really creates opportunity for folks that get elected. That's what it's all about. And so that's what's on the table. Let's go to the vice mayor, Carmen Montano.
Thank you, Mayor. I do agree with what you just mentioned. However, there was clarification on the mayor. So the way I saw it is to rotate. I mean, some cities, they do rotate, and one person might be the mayor for another year, another one next year, or I'm not sure if it's 2 years. So are you seeing this as a rotating? Because that's the way I was envisioning it.
Yes, just like the county board of supervisors,
Yeah,
rotating
take
annually.
turns.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Annually.
so it's not, I don't see this as a contrived, oh, I'm gonna pick you because you're my friend or whatever. It's taking turns. And I think it's a better way to, and I think it's the will of people is when they vote. That's when they'll be able to voice their opinion, if they want it. If they don't want it, then they vote against it. So, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Tran, if I could just provide some advice to the council, just so that we stay tight on the Brown Act. The question before you, at least with regard to this item, is really about the term limits. I understand there's a desire to see something a little bit more in terms of a rotational mayor, and I think council can give us that kind of direction tonight that you'd like to see that looked into, and we come back to you with more information on that second question, just because it's not on the agenda tonight. But we can definitely take consensus and direction and come back to you with more information.
Great. Yeah, thank you for that. Next up, we have Councilmember Fan.
I'm good with the limits, but I would just ask if I could be grandfathered, because it feels like I'd be the only one affected. I don't know. I feel like I'm being picked on. Yeah, so that's just my
Councilmember Montano would be affected as well if she's in her second term.
Consecutive though, right?
Oh, lifetime. It's lifetime, 8 years.
Oh, it's lifetime? Okay. Yeah. All right.
Yep. And I don't even know if this were to pass, which I think the residents will pass, by the way, because we get every measure. But even for myself, I'll have 6 years. How can I do 8 total if a term is 4 years? So a lot of questions. Our city attorney is right. We'll carry it forward and we'll explore it furthermore. But I do want to go to the virtual raised hands. If you're not looking to raise your virtual raised hand, please lower it. I do want to make sure that we're running efficiently here. So as we've heard the city attorney, we could provide some direction tonight and then continue this more complicated topic at the further future meeting. Next up here with the virtual raised hand, Councilmember Dominguez.
Very much, Mayor. I agree. I actually think there is state law that would grandfather you in, Councilmember Fan. So there's been other cities that your situation, I'm not too sure about the vice mayor situation, but your situation I think would get grandfathered in, and I would agree. I think my personal opinion on the amendment that the mayor has brought before us, based on the experience and what this city has already seen in the disguise of shared leadership, it really is just a way to oust people that they may not see eye to eye with, or that they may not feel that they should continue their term. Most importantly, you're stripping away the vote from Milpitians by doing this. Milpitians have a right to vote for their mayor. The mayor sets the tone for the entire city structure. And it has nothing to do with shared leadership. It has to do with who the mayor is. So if the mayor is capable of building a team, if the mayor is capable of communication, if the mayor is capable of increasing their weaknesses and changing them into strengths, you're going to see an amazing city. If the mayor lacks any of those skills, they're going to be reflected on the team that is here and as a 5-member team on the dais. It's not reflected upon each member, it's reflected upon leadership. So stripping away our community's ability to vote for the mayor goes against what democracy is all about. This is not about politicians. This is about people, and people deserve to vote for who they want to represent them. And the leadership on top dictates everything. If something doesn't work on the bottom, look at the person at the top. It's that simple. Where you work, in your home. How do you communicate? How do you lead? So I'm having a hard time, again, with some members of this council who did not say anything about a year ago in the disguise of shared leadership. Now, at that time, my voice was stripped. And now you're trying to strip away the voice of over 70,000 people that live in Milpitas. That is against democracy. And shame on you guys for doing that under the disguise of shared leadership. If we really wanted to do shared leadership, I proposed for the vice mayor to be Councilmember Anthony Fan. Let's step up. If we really want to talk about shared leadership, let's give up our own titles and give them to those that is going to really form a shared leadership model in Milpitas for other cities to model. Until that happens, we're not talking about shared leadership, we're talking about politics. And there is no room in the home of the people for politics, especially when you're infringing the vote of the people. Thank you.
All right, so we're going to go forward here, direct staff to go with the majority of the council here. Before I go to my colleague, Councilmember Chua, I do want to remind folks that most general law cities do have a rotating mayor, and they do not have an at-large elected mayor. And also, if you understand the history of our city, I bet $1 that we never had an at-large mayor in 1954. And because we do not have an at-large mayor, we were able to have the first Black mayor in the state of California. Next up, Councilmember Chua.
Thank you, Mayor Chan. I just want to point out that the city of Santa Clara, they have a rotating mayor. And one of the feedback that I got from one of the council members, who is a friend of mine, is it gave her the opportunity to experience how it's like to be vice mayor, because they have rotating vice mayorship as well. And also I got feedback from Los Gatos, and one of my peers, they do rotating mayorship as well. This is a good way to train new leaders in our community, and you'll be surprised sometimes. You'll be pleasantly surprised that there are some leadership that you might not think are leaders, but once they put on that situation or that responsibility, they become leaders. So that's my point of view on that one. So I'm looking forward for the revised one that will be presented by our city attorney.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Councilmember Chua. So we're rocking ahead here. We'll go to our city attorney, Christopher Diaz, for a future agenda. We'll go ahead and bring back something that will eliminate the at-large mayor, that will create a rotating mayor format amongst all city council electeds with a lifetime term limits of 8 years total, 4 per term. Okay, and we won't have to worry about the mayor terms because there won't be an at-large mayor if that's the will of the voters. Just remember, folks, the residents will decide, and that's just how our democracy works. I believe our city attorney is taking notes. We'll go to our council member, Anthony Van.
Just a point of clarification, is the request for it to be, or the amendment to be for the position to be rotated, or to be, elected amongst colleagues? Because obviously there is a difference there.
You are correct, but it's also intertwined. It's also intertwined. It's a vote amongst the council to rotate the leadership positions.
Okay, noted.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Yeah. Well, there's models out there. The county is one, other cities are another, and so a lot of great examples.
Mhm. I have a question, Mayor.
Is it okay, Vice Mayor? Is that you? Okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to add with Anthony's question about rotating. Yes, and to also add that if it's someone's turn to be mayor and they don't want to be mayor, they can also have that provision in there. Because I do know some of my friends in I think it's Hollister or San Benito. It was their turn to be mayor and she didn't want to be mayor, so she had that opportunity to opt out. So that's another. You can also add that provision in there as well. Yes, rotating. All right, thank you.
Great, thank you. And so, Chris, are you there?
Yeah, Mayor, what I'd recommend for tonight is I think for the purposes of voting with the poll in terms of the electronic format, in voting on that question, you'd be answering the question really on your screen. I think we've heard from the full council tonight on the secondary question, which came up, which is, do we want to pose to the voters again the question about a directly elected mayor or a rotating mayor? On that question, we'll bring that back to you because it does sound like there's consensus. And we'll agendize it so that the public knows it's going to be on the agenda. They can come comment if they'd like. But we'll do some more research on that issue, bring it back to you with the cost amounts, because it would likely be two different ballot questions. But we're happy to bring that back. But vote for tonight's purposes just on what's on your screen.
Okay, great. Okay, let's keep it moving then, folks. Next up here, we are going with 12-7 speed bump policy review. And okay, that's not what this says on the presentation. I know on the voting app, it says speed bump policy. So it's not in line, but that's okay. Let's just move the presentation forward to the speed bump because that's what the app says, and that would help our votes. And then we'll go back to the ADUs shortly. Great. We do have city staff here, and so I want to make sure we check in with city staff. Definitely a longer night this year than what we're accustomed to, but I do feel we're getting a lot accomplished here. If there's a city staff or the director of engineering that would like to chime in here, I mean, we don't really have to go through a huge presentation as the bullets are before us and we've seen them before the meeting even started. So,
great. Thank you, Mayor. So I guess just a real quick recap. We have an existing speed bump policy that was created back in 1997. We reviewed this policy with the Transportation Subcommittee back in February. The direction from the subcommittee was to round up traffic accident data for the last year. Staff's working on that. We should have that information available within the next few weeks and be able to provide that. And so we believe that, well, this basically will complete this work task.
Okay, great. Well, I want to vote tonight just to keep it alive. Definitely, this item is not at its final stages. So, please go ahead and vote for the speed hump policy review to keep it alive or not. But definitely a key element to our neighborhood and children's safety here in town. Okay, thank you, everybody. We're gonna keep it moving. And then we'll go back one slide to the unpermitted ADU legalization program, also known to many as the amnesty program. I think this is needed. I think other cities have it and we should have it. It's only going to increase the safety of our residents to ensure that they have an opportunity to really have building safety for their ADUs. So there is a fiscal impact. This is very much could be a pilot program. Let's check in with Bill. Bill, what do you think?
Yeah, hi. Good evening, Mayor and Vice Mayor and council members. You hit the nail. That's why we're going to call this the Safe ADU Legalization Program. So what we're going to do is, we've conducted some preliminary research in preparation for the potential Safe ADU Legalization Program, which is reflected here in some of these bullet points. So The development and administration of the potential program it's actually a collaboration between staff from building safety and planning. So if council wishes to proceed with this program, we recommend a one-year program, pilot program, to provide residents a time frame to legalize and make safe their illegal accessory dwelling units. This could assist and encourage residents to legalize and improve the safety of their ADU or converted garage or other rooms or structures that were converted or done without obtaining permits. This is why the staff is proposing to call it the Safe ADU Legalization Program. Establishing this type of program will require development of detailed program guidelines and step-by-step procedures for submittal, permitting, and inspections. We'll have a Safe ADU checklist that will be developed along with the program webpage, flyers, community outreach through social media. Staff estimates this program will require about $42,000 of staff time to create and implement, and then to operate it for a year. It's estimated to be about 59 to 89,000 staff time, depending on the response. Since the program can be absorbed by existing staff, though, no additional staffing or funding is required. But to encourage residents to come forward and participate, we could explore the waiving of the inspection investigation fee for construction without permits. And you'll note that this waiving of the fee is kind of a typical part of legalization programs in other local jurisdictions. It's one of the things that's typically offered, especially under an amnesty program, which is kind of evenly split. We did a survey of 9 locals, and it's about evenly split between calling it an amnesty or a legalization program. The demand for the program is currently unknown, but roughly we've estimated that we'll have about 50 permit applicants who will participate in the program for over this year. So we're seeking council direction on whether to proceed with the program creation, and if directed to proceed, seek further council direction on program scope and duration. The fiscal impact for waiving of the inspection fee is estimated to result in a reduction of revenue in the amount of about $90,000.
Thank you very much, Bill. Thank you very much. Very clear and thorough. I'll be voting yes on this. I got emailed, I think today or yesterday, about ADU unpermitted. So I am aware. Maybe I know too many unpermitted ADUs in this town, but I know this is needed. So I want to be really quick, Councilmember Chua.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. I'm really excited and really thank the Building Safety, Housing and Planning for coming up with this synopsis. It's really wonderful and awesome. It really translates what my vision is on safe. I even like the name, Safe ADU Legalization Program. Thank you so much. I'm really excited and I can't wait to share it with our residents.
Okay, all right, let's
good.
vote. Let's move on here. Thanks, Bill. We're moving on here to the vaping ban.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. Ned Thomas, Planning Director again. And this topic can be folded into work that is currently ongoing with non-smoking, we'll call them, efforts. There's 2 phases. In the first phase, which we're currently working on, and there will be an item coming to the council soon, is a comprehensive no smoking policy for all multi-unit housing and public events. And again, we can fold vaping into that. And then there's phase 2. Renee, if you want to describe some of that, what we'll do.
Right, so thank you. Yes, so and the City Council approved the grant for this phase 2 this evening. So this is the implementation of policies aimed at limiting access to tobacco and vaping, and also educating youth. So this will include zoning code amendments for proximity of tobacco sales, and also a robust effort for education and outreach to youth and adults so that parents know the signs of children using tobacco and the different types of paraphernalia and advertising that's directed towards youth. Milpitas received a $24,000 in-kind technical grant from Santa Clara County Health that assists with the implementation of phase 1. Like I mentioned earlier, council approved the acceptance of another monetary grant for roughly $33,000 for the implementation of phase 2. Both are part of the county health department's Healthy Cities program. Now, do you want to finish that off?
Sure. And just like our presentation tonight, this is going to be coordination between Planning Department and Recreation and Community Services. And as there's an estimated cost of $75,000, but some of that will be offset by the county grants that Renee just mentioned. So there would be no additional fiscal or staffing impact. And all of the work can be accommodated by staff in the two departments.
Great, fantastic. I want to thank the Vice Mayor for bringing this forward, and with Renee and Ned doing all the work on the staff leadership side. I'm truly grateful for that as well. I had reservations about this. I've been kind of on the edge back and forth. I do want to recognize the health risk of tobacco and also the health risk of vaping. Clearly, but one of a couple of things that just aren't good for you in life. And I think for me, I was really contemplating on this one, almost switching my position. But what's before us really just envelopes vaping into the tobacco category. And so we're treating tobacco and vape as the same kind of classification of sorts. So I'm okay with that. I do want to recognize folks in the community that are quitting tobacco cessation. My words tend to diminish late at night, but I think I got that word right. And a lot of folks I know here in town or just across America going towards vape rather than tobacco, and I do see some positivity there for those folks' health. And so for me, I'm going to be supporting this vaping ban because it's just categorizing it as a tobacco and holding it to the same respectful regulations, which I support here. So great job by our staff. Let's go to the Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I'm really glad that you changed your mind on this. It's really important that a lot of these young kids are, they're getting addicted to this because it's flavored and it's also a health issue. So, and it does cause cancer. So there's a lot of side effects, and also when they're smoking it, other people can smell it, and that just causes some type of air pollution. So I'm really glad that that I was able to bring this back, and right now you're saying that you're going to be supporting this, so I'm glad. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Vaping is not a candy. It's not a candy or anything like that. It's not dessert. It's a form of smoking. And so next up, we got Councilmember Fan.
Point of clarification. So since we're classifying it the same, then does that mean tobacco is getting banned? Like, are we banning cigarettes too? Cigars, everything?
I'm targeting vaping, but that might be a consideration.
Well, we're not banning. Well, I would be honest to say I do have a history of tobacco use during my time in the military, and so I will admit, different forms of tobacco. But my point is here, we're not banning tobacco sales or use. We're not banning vape sales or use. We're just banning the uses of the tobacco along with the vaping as the phase 1 and phase 2 there. That's all we're looking at. I do have friends that use tobacco and vape. And so, yes, under phase 1 and phase 2, there will be stricter regulations. But what folks decide to do on their private property, not public property, I continue to support their freedom there. Councilmember Fan, hope that helps.
Yeah, I get it, and I support like well, not the regulatory aspect of it, but the awareness, the education part of it, certainly. I think the best form of the the best anti-drug policy is going to be education. I have reservations as to the enforcement, additional enforcements, and the road that we're headed, because you start with one vice and then what's next? Alcohol. Do we ban alcohol?
Well, it's not on the agenda tonight.
I know, but you know, you get what I'm saying, though, that like the overall spirit of prohibition, like it's been tested throughout history, and as the entire country moves towards decriminalization, as it moves towards, you know, public awareness campaigns, as it moves towards legalization, I just feel like it's a bit counter productive to go in the opposite direction. So those are my thoughts. I'll keep it brief.
Yeah, absolutely. No worries. Education is key. I believe that's in phase 2. And then, you know, phase 1, you know, it's like public health, and it's very much county Department of Public Health driven. And we want to make sure that our folks that aren't at the highest socioeconomic levels, who may be living in multi-unit housing, who may be living in a dense or areas of housing, that they are protected from the harm of secondhand and thirdhand smoke at multi-unit housing, and especially public events as well. But it is a fine line, and I think that's has a lot to do with policymaking, Councilmember Fan. So I do recognize what you're saying, and we do have to be careful, and we will. Okay, great. So go ahead and vote on that, folks. And I think that's the last one we have. For some reason, I thought we had more than that. But go ahead and vote on your app, and then our information technology. I don't know why I was calling it IS earlier. It's IT now, right? That's how long I've been here, huh? Not too long though. But I don't think, is there a screen with all the votes, or, you know, is that a cool thing we get to see? Oh, whoa, okay. Okay, wow, all right. Okay, maybe our city staff can lead us through this. Did someone want to narrate, or is this?
Yes, Mayor.
Okay, great.
Wendy, do you want to kind of read off the notes? I know there's 2 items when we are deferring, but all of the other items, if we could go over the.
Do you want me to go over each item?
Yes.
Okay, the Beautify Milpitas. So the votes are displayed on the screen right there. And then the next one, consider removing affordable housing in Luffy. I don't see the votes.
Okay.
Okay, and
it's our first time. Don't worry about it, Wendy.
Does that mean I win?
Wendy, can you summarize for each item? Yeah, so just summarize on the screen, what you see on the screen, just summarize for each item. So we have
Beautify Milpitas, we have a unanimous yes. The number 2, consider removing affordable housing in Luffy. Mike, do you have that one?
Oh, okay.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah.
There are 4 yeses and 1 no. Councilmember Fan voted no. Item 3, the COVID testing and vaccine distribution plan. We have unanimous yes. The main, oops, where'd you go?
Yeah, we're deferring 2 items. So
yeah, the 6, the mayor and council member term limits. There are 3 yeses, 1 no, and 1 abstained. The no is Councilmember Fan. The abstained is Councilmember Dominguez. The speed hump policy review, we have a unanimous vote of yes. The unpermitted ADU legalization program, we have a unanimous decision of yes. And the vaping ban, we have 4 yeses and 1 no from Councilmember Fan.
Great, thank you so much, Wendy. I feel like we're on a kind of like a game show on TV, but it's fun governing here. Okay, great. Well, there we have it. I want to keep this meeting moving along here. I know it's 12. We do have one more item. Councilmember Fan, it's your item. What would you like to do? I'm here to support you.
Mayor Tran, before we move on to the next item, I think we'll want to take public comment on the prior item. And then just have council confirm that the motion would be to include within the FYI 21-22 budget all of the items that our city clerk noted, and I'm happy to read them off again.
Right. Thank you so much. You saved me again. Let's go to public comment for that item. Item number 12, public comment. First up, Mr. Montemayor.
Yeah, I like all the decisions, but one thing that I may not agree, because I know I don't want to waste being me as consider both either on the changing terms on the leadership or being a mayor, let's say. But for those both I've experienced, I've been a chancellor of the Knights of Columbus for 7 terms. Now I'm the Grand Knight. I was past Grand Knight now. I've been a president in the youth in the student body council, the town where I was born, farmers. So I don't want to waste that. If I go, I'm not saying I don't like it to be in the selecting on the council, but I would rather hit for the president for the Philippines or governor of California rather than me in the city council. I will be selected as mayor. I want to be a mayor in Milpitas. Thank you.
All right, sir. No campaigning here on the virtual dais. Next up, I don't see any further public comment. Okay, that's it for public comment. So let's wrap up item number 12 and let's make a motion to accept the digital votes here tonight on those particular sub items.
Move approval.
Okay.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Fan. We have a second by Councilmember Chua. All in favor of virtual roll call. Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Councilmember Chua.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Montano.
Aye.
Myself as an aye. The motion is carried, and we have accepted, approved for the evening the sub items for item number 12. Thank you. It must be getting late. Now, Councilmember Fan, item number 16 is the last one. It's yours. I'm here to support you.
Let's call it a night. I don't want to get picked on anymore.
I support that. I do support that. And so great. We're going to move towards adjournment here. I want to recognize our city staff, every single person, our department directors, folks within the department, for being with us here till midnight. This is the longest meeting we've had this calendar year, but I think it was a great, healthy meeting, and the discussions were, I think, very hearty, and that's good when folks are speaking from the heart. I always appreciate that. We did have a chance for invocation earlier. Tonight it's presented by Councilmember Fan, and so before we adjourn, I did want to kind of tie in invocation, if I could take this one from you, Anthony. There's a lot going on in our community across America. And as Americans, we are a diverse society, and we are all connected. And when one culture within our American culture is impacted, we're all impacted. And we're united, we stand. And so tonight, I do want to take a moment before we adjourn and as we adjourn to think about all those people that have been impacted by hate in very recent times. I caught some of the news on my phone while I was going over my votes. Some notifications popped up, and there's some hate, possibly some hate crimes happening across America, and there have been victims that have lost their lives here in I think the Bay Area, if I may say. And I do want to use the opportunity to not just express zero tolerance of hate in Milpitas, which is needless to say because this is an incredible city, I tell you what. I just want to reiterate or really state that we do not tolerate hate here, especially when it comes to our cultures, ethnicities, backgrounds, the things God gave us. And so we don't hate. And when I say that for my culture, I say that for your culture. And so I do want to take a moment to really a moment of silence for those victims that have lost their lives. And we pray that their lives are lost. Okay, great. We're going to take peace, love, unity, and respect here very seriously in Milpitas. Thank you. This meeting is adjourned.